newspapers, I curiously asked one of my customers, "What's that tower for in your yard?" This led to my first license as a preteen and commenced a lifelong passion with communications. Suddenly, the world became a lot smaller. I vividly recall my first experience of communicating with Japan, or working Japan as we call it in the ham world. As a high schooler, I marveled at working a famous VI ham named Dick Spenceley on Morse code. My association with this hobby led me to communicating with other prominent island hams such as Addie Otley, Aubrey Nelthrop, and John Ackley. Little did I know that their homeland would be my future home. My yearning for communications led me to a higher education degree, engineering degree, followed by a lengthy career in the telecommunications sector. My first disaster experience was providing critical communications following the devastating 1985 earthquake in Mexico City. In this pre-internet era, we passed over 7,000 pieces of health and welfare traffic, or messages. My feeling of fulfillment in helping to connect loved ones with their kin in faraway lands brought immense gratification. This feeling also cemented my desire to further serve the public through my telecommunications skills. The Mexico experience fueled my continuing desire to volunteer during disasters and emergencies. This led me to volunteer with governmental agencies in Florida, and through many hurricane activations, I learned the importance of preparation, training, and command structure. For over 2 decades, I've been a radio operator with the National Hurricane Center in Miami. Ham radio, it turns out, is an ideal tool to collect weather data from mariners and internet-challenged island locations. These experiences prepared me well for my relocation to the territory some 13 years ago. With its global reach and apolitical basis, amateur radio serves as one of the world's largest informal fraternities. My association with the local island radio club led me to a decade of serving as its president. Ham radio is a very large community. It's not just a local or national hobby. In fact, ham radio has a global presence. Nationally, ham radios find common ground in a robust national organization called the American Radio Relay League, or ARRL. The ARRL is the national organization for amateur radio and boasts more than 160,000 members. Its pillars are those of public service, advocacy, education, technology, and membership. Local ARRL representation is facilitated through section managers in each of the 71 sections. I have served as the USVI section manager for a dozen years. One of the many functions under the ARRL umbrella is the Amateur Radio Emergency Service, or ARES. While organized nationally, ARES functions at the local level and is led by the section manager. ARES is similar to RACES, the Radio Amateur Civil Emergency Service, and years ago, many knew these functions simply as civil defense. The VITEMA-ARES relationship spanned several decades. Current ARES membership in the VI numbers around 35. 4 core classes are required for membership, and following the conclusion of my testimony, the next testifier will elaborate on the training requirements for ARES membership. If I may, I'd like to delve a little deeper into my disaster and emergency experience here in the territory. One day, I received a phone call from the assistant of a newly appointed VITEMA director. He wanted to meet with me regarding the continuance of ham support to VITEMA. VITEMA had just relocated to a new facility and sought assistance from the hams to construct a new telecommunications center. Soon, a pile of discarded electronic equipment was transformed into a communications center and the Emergency Operations Center, or EOC. This effort included programming radios, installing antennas, power supplies, and feed lines. Next, I found myself in EOCs on other islands, programming radios to enable efficient intra-island communications, and following this, hams were requested to participate in periodic communications checks with FEMA and other partner agencies to validate equipment functionality, which also enhanced operator competence. These activities and changes created the ability to communicate with other government agencies, universities, hotels, the refinery, hospitals, Red Cross, aircraft, and most importantly, pre-storm deployed FEMA radio systems. The renewed role of territory hams brought them back to the table as embedded frontline EOC communicators. Hurricanes are part of a life in the tropics. However, nothing could have prepared the territory for the apocalyptic devastation from back-to-back hurricanes Irma and Maria. Suddenly, most of the previous practiced tabletop exercises became reality, along with many more situations which were not anticipated. Territorial hams rose to the cause and manned the communications center at the St. John and St. Croix EOCs. Hurricane Irma caused significant damage to the islands of St. Thomas and St. John. A major telecom tower on Bordeaux Mountain succumbed to the 200+ mile-an-hour winds and was flattened. One indicator of the intense wind strength on St. John was the bark being blown off of tree trunks. One ham described the view, and I believe very accurately, out his window in the valley below him as a salad shooter. Injects. I talked about the tabletop exercises. An inject is a situation that is inserted into a tabletop training exercise. Here is an example. I apologize, the slides aren't up, but I will tell you what it says. It's an example of an unscripted real-life situation we encountered following the passage of Hurricane Maria. What we had was a medical evacuation helicopter attempting to land at the Myra Keating helipad. And we received a report from someone shooting off fireworks nearby the helipad. This is something that you don't typically encounter after a disaster like this, and one of many of these types of things that we encountered. Fortunately, VIPD eliminated the danger, and the medevac helicopter was able to successfully evacuate the patient. Next was Maria. St. Croix was battered by Maria. When it was over, we realized the worst case scenario for the territory. All of the emergency training and disaster drills we practiced at all of the island EOCs did not compare to this new compromised reality. Supporting these disasters would be the most challenging assignment ever undertaken by the territory hams. Aries hams deployed and began shifts at the St. Croix EOC. The aftermath. The USVI communications infrastructure was also very heavily damaged by the storms. The trunked radio portion of the VI governmental system was largely non-functional, absent small pockets of connectivity. It soon became evident that ham radio was the only communications path to St. John. Messages from the St. John EOC were relayed to the St. Thomas EOC via the St. Croix EOC due to technical challenge. This was a true team effort. This was no exercise. Time was critical to locate, triage, and treat the injured. Critical cases would be medevac to shipborne facilities and others in Florida. The value of HAM's incident command system, which you'll be hearing about shortly here. The training was immediately evident as we attended daily briefings at the emergency operations centers. The EOC briefings were attended by all supporting territorial and federal partners, governmental and private sector alike. Following the storms, there were four main types of communications in the order of priority. First and most important was the establishment of communications between all VITEMA EOCs. This included communication from the VITEMA directors to other EOCs and incident commanders, as well as 911 emergencies passed to the appropriate call center. Since all radios at the St. John EOC were non-functional, a generous ham on St. John who realized the urgency of the situation left his personal vehicle fitted with ham equipment at the St. John EOC so that continuous communications activities could occur. The second was the linking of VI governmental agency department heads together to exchange status and response messages. Examples included intra-ILA's messages and live conferences for VIPD, VI Fire Service, Department of Health, Waste Management, the Attorney Generals, and so on. The third form of communications included providing logistical communications for shelter locations and other so-called NGOs, or non-governmental organizations. Shelter counts and supply needs were common types of traffic handled.
Mr. Kebler, I'm going to ask you as you proceed to just read the caption of the slide once you change the slide, because the caption is important.
Yes.
Because you started off by saying following the storms, there were 4 main types of, I mean, we had a lot of storms in the past, so people wouldn't know offhand that it was Irma Maria that you're talking about. So as you get to each slide, just state the heading. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This next slide would be a picture of the 3 naval vessels that supported the territory following Irma and Maria. The last form of communications, and probably the most diverse link, was that between territorial and federal partners, including the Department of Defense and FEMA. HAMS established a twice daily so-called high-frequency net, gatherings known as nets, for response agencies to disseminate open source information. For example, curfew, weather, port conditions, airport operations, closings, etc. The net had from 5 to 20 check-ins and included some participation from Puerto Rico. Examples of participating agencies included the BITEMA EOCs, the Virgin Islands National Guard, the Puerto Rico National Guard, FEMA, the Department of Defense, and also including the naval vessels. Landing zone management. The single helicopter landing pad here at the Myra Keating Smith Community Clinic was quickly identified as a choke point for responding helicopters. When the landing pad was occupied, no other helicopters were able to land. A mixture of civilian and military helicopters initially comprised arrivals. To monitor congestions, a clinic maintenance worker was enlisted to report the nature and type of arriving helicopters. This information was relayed to the St. Croix EOC via the sole surviving ham repeater on St. Croix. Hams identified the congestion issue to the incident commanders when helicopter bottleneck threatened to delay or prevent timely medevac landings. Pre-storm helicopters numbered some 15 to 20 per day, and the offloading of military supplies would often tie up the landing pad for lengthy periods. HAMS worked with their federal partners to arrange additional offloading resources at the clinic. One early challenge was that military helicopters had no equipment to operate on any FAA or civilian radio frequencies. The military solved this issue by soliciting sailors on the vessels for handheld ham radios. You can imagine how surprised the hams were when military helicopters started showing up on our repeater frequencies. This next slide is entitled TikTok, or Why Time is Important. The emergence of medical evacuations, or medevacs, added a new critical dimension to the landing pad prioritization. For the first St. John medevac, I vividly recall the conversation with the chief of the Puerto Rico Air National Guard. He said, quote, "Puerto Rico to St. John is a very long flight for a helicopter. I have 10 extra minutes of fuel on that helicopter, and if that landing pad is not clear, I'll turn him around and bring him home." Suddenly, the landing pad congestion had become a life or death situation, potentially. Sensing the dire nature of the situation, I proposed to the incident commander that HAMS could handle the landing zone management at the Myra Keating Clinic. The HAMS were granted this this authority by the St. Croix incident commander and went to work. A prioritization landing plan was created to facilitate critical medevacs. Helicopter deployment schedules were obtained from the Department of Defense partners. Landing zone arm signals were communicated to the hospital worker via radio. A plan was quickly implemented to prioritize medical evac arrivals. This next slide probably gets to some of the most important meat, if you will, of the bill and the liability issue. It's called getting it right every time. This is an actual exchange that I had with the operator on St. John who provided critical information. He happened to be an EMT. I am not a trained medical professional. The ham sending the medevac information said, quote, "We have a 24-year-old female DKA who requires immediate medevac." I replied, "Roger, 24-year-old female and immediate medevac. Please confirm that is DKA, Delta Kilo Alpha in phonetics." He said, "Yes, that's right, DKA." I said, "Negative. Please confirm DKA, Delta Kilo Alpha." He said, "Yes, diabetic ketoacidosis." I said, "Negative. Please confirm phonetically D Delta, K Kilo, A Alpha." He said, "Roger, Delta Kilo Alpha." 3 letters, right? Said, "Confirming Delta Kilo Alpha, message copied and will relay." I had no idea what DKA meant. None, but I knew that that accuracy was critical. Without using standardized phonetics, that message could have been incorrectly recorded as Delta Kilo Japan, or DKJ, BKJ, BAK, EKJ, EKA, as they all sound alike. Even with the use of phonetics, the exchange took 3 iterations to ensure accuracy. In situations such as this, a person's life may depend on message accuracy. Accuracy is paramount always. The next slide talks about ARES and its response after the storms. My team of support by ARES spanned some 5 weeks and totaled more than 2,300 man-hours. Open source information was passed to responding agencies via a managed ARES net. Over this period, helicopter landings at the Myra Keating Clinic totaled some 125 to 150. About 15% of these were priority medical evacs. These contributions from hams are quantifiable and of direct benefit to the territory. By industry accepted valuations, this activation alone saved the VI government an estimated $90,000 in emergency operational costs. For this activity, VI hams were recognized for their efforts with the awarding of the International Humanitarian Award by the National Organization for Ham Radio, the ARRL. This next slide is entitled, Saving Lives. Saving lives is the pinnacle of what we do. There's no better feeling than knowing you saved somebody's life. None. Those people will go on to get married, have kids, and live their lives. Hams aren't superheroes. This is what we train for. This is what we practice for. The FCC recognizes this public value, and they're very generous with the grants of the frequencies that we use. Now a little bit about the risk side. Many make the mistake of not addressing liability until it's too late. What if a medevac aircraft didn't arrive in time to save a life due to a missed or incorrect communication? What if a miscopied patient condition led to an incorrect treatment, thereby causing a death? While I was proud of what the ARES members had contributed to saving many lives, I was immensely concerned about the potential liability ARES members were exposed to. The Good Samaritan Act and others were created to mitigate risk and ward off lawsuits against those who are just, quote, trying to do the right thing. In today's litigious society, even a hot cup of coffee can become the target of a lawsuit. It's for this reason I felt calmly that given the nature of ARES activities, an OXCOM structure should be formalized and risk mitigation be implemented. Conversely, the lack of liability coverage, similar to the Good Samaritan Act, could become an impediment to volunteering. People may weigh the consequences and prefer to avoid becoming vulnerable in a lawsuit by simply not volunteering. As we experienced during Irma and Maria, ham operators were a vital component in its disaster and recovery plans. The territory would have been further devastated without the essential services provided by ham radio operators. What is OXCOM exactly, and why do we need it? As we've heard, it stands for Auxiliary Communications, resources provided by ARES volunteers. It is a framework through which ARES volunteers work with VITEMA to identify, train, qualify, and deploy volunteers. Currently, territorial amateur radio operators are subject to liability for acts and/or omissions incurred while providing emergency services to the territory. They are prohibited from receiving compensation to allow them to mitigate these liabilities. Why does the USVI need OXCOM? Amateur radio operators should be afforded the same liability protections as others. Excuse me 1 second here. The OXCOM Act provides liability relief when amateur radio operators who have been previously vetted and approved in accordance with the OXCOM with VITEMA regulations. This allows amateur radio operators to volunteer their services without accepting unacceptable risks associated with providing emergency services. Without relief, amateur radio operators are hesitant to accept the risk inherent in providing services to the territory. As the leader of ARES, I would be remiss to expose amateur radio emergency services, or ARES, volunteers to this exposure. What will OXCOM cost the Virgin Islands government? In a word, nothing. There are no provisions for reimbursement, for travel, and payment for meals. No compensation will be paid to the volunteers. This saves the VI government about $39 per hour per volunteer per the 2023 national average hourly wage for a radio frequency consultant. At no time will compensation be paid to amateur radio operators for their time, their expertise, or for the use of their equipment. Why can't this issue be addressed simply by a policy and/or memorandum of understanding between VITEMA and ARES? Only laws can provide relief from the types of tort liabilities confronting ARES operators who are volunteering their services to the territory. In addition, clearly defined legal authorizations for monetary reimbursement of expenses ensure transparency and consistency. In summary, ARES volunteers who donate their time are exposed to considerable risk. They are personally liable for any personal defense. Conditions of their licenses prohibit them from receiving any compensation. There is no Good Samaritan Act equivalent to protect ARES volunteers. The potential risk deters many volunteers. As the ARES territorial leader, this exposure of ARES members to the potential liability is not prudent. Absent travel and meals costs, there is no cost to the VI government. The aforementioned ARES volunteer experiences for the 2017 hurricanes were the triggers that precipitated the need for OXCOM. Next, you'll hear from 4 testifiers who will share various experiences and facts from a civilian, territorial, and federal perspective. Thank you in advance for your support of Bill number 35-0175, the OXCOM Act of 2023. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. What we'll do is we'll forego the others who are not here, and we'll just hear from Ms. and you may put your name on the record, and after you, we'll move to Vitima. Thank you so much.
Good morning to all present. Protocol having been established, I would like to thank Committee Chairman Gittens for the opportunity to testify on this bill. Without the slideshows, my slides are, it doesn't matter. But my first slide was just introducing me and some of my affiliations. My name is Celia Kalisak, and I've been a resident of St. John for over 21 years. I appear before you today as a witness to share insights, thoughts, and experiences from a nonprofit and a small business perspective concerning the proposed Auxcom bill. I've held a ham radio operator's license since the 2017 storms, Irma and Maria. I own a small business in downtown Cruz Bay and presently serve as the sole counselor for the Small Business Development Center on St. John, a position I assumed when I established the office in 2020. Additionally, I'm the executive board member of VI VOAD, which is the Virgin Islands Voluntary Organizations Active in Disaster. It's a mouthful. The next slide was about VI VOAD. My journey into ham radio operation began during my 7th year as director of the St. John Community Foundation. In 2012, I assumed leadership of the St. John COAD under the auspices of VI VOAD. This decision stemmed from the realization that each island required a unique disaster response plan, as a one-size-fits-all approach was impractical. We quickly realized that the plans for St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, and Water Island have to be a collaborative and coordinated effort with open and uninterrupted lines of communication. The next slide was also on VOAD. Oh, they are. There they are. Hi. Okay. For those unfamiliar with VOAD, it was established over 50 years ago in response to the challenges of unnecessary duplication of efforts in some areas of disaster response, while at the same time having many unmet needs go unnoticed. By serving as a knowledge-sharing forum and a resource coordination platform during the disaster cycle, from preparation to response and recovery, VOAD addresses these inefficiencies following the guiding principles we call the 4 C's: communication, coordination, collaboration, and cooperation. The next slide is all societies must work together. There we go. National VOAD is the primary point of contact for voluntary organization in the National Response Coordination Center at FEMA headquarters, a signatory to the National Response Plan, and an emergency support function partner of many other federal agencies as delineated in the National Disaster Recovery Framework. Today, National VOAD is a coalition of over 50 of the nation's most reputable national organizations, both faith-based, community-based, and other nonprofit organizations, and 55 state and territorial VOADs.
Can you remind us again the acronym VOAD?
VOAD is Voluntary Organizations Active in Disaster.
Okay.
And then when I said COAD, COAD is Community Organizations Active in Disaster. So we have a VI VOAD territorially, and then each island has its own COAD. So, and then we all connect.
Thank you.
As the VI VOAD lead for St. John, I was invited to participate in EOC pre- and post-storm planning and exercises. Over the years, I completed the ICS courses, attended numerous FITEMA tabletop exercises, and FEMA trainings in preparation to help facilitate a coordinated nonprofit response effort to address identified service gaps during emergencies and disasters at the request of DHS. This coordination hinges on clear and uninterrupted communication both on island, between islands, and with stateside partners. Then there was Irma Maria, as we call her, them. Through my disaster response and recovery efforts, I've witnessed how hams can complement our coordinated response when conventional communication channels fail. These examples represent only a fraction of how hams provide invaluable assistance in disaster response and recovery efforts. After Irma, ham and sat phones were the only way to let Coral Bay know that other bad weather was coming. Having a ham Operator at volunteer reception centers ensures that we deploy the right volunteers to the right places at the right time. HAM operators at shelter sites facilitate communication regarding supply needs, medical attention, security, or other support. HAM operators at distribution sites help relay information about available supplies, their locations, and areas where they're needed. Local businesses, which played a significant role in the feeding efforts, and local hams can help coordinate the elements of this side of service provision efficiently as well. HAM operators are located throughout the territory and can provide an understanding of the extent of damage to private property before trained structural engineers and experts can arrive to make recommendations for resource allocation. HAMs were able to relay 3 situational reports from Water Island within 12 hours of following Irma. This shows the community value side of things. HAMs are involved in key territorial and federal roles as well as at the grassroots level. This slide shows the roll call from one of the post-disaster monthly community meetings on St. John, showing all the areas of all the lifelines as well as the governmental agencies, nonprofits, churches, and everyone associated under those areas. For example, we have working relationships with HAMs in various positions, such as the directors of ITEMA, the Bureau of Information Technology, the National Park Service on St. John, the commander of the U.S. Coast Guard Section San Juan, the regional manager at TSA, and even at the board level of FEMA. Notably, HAMs were present on the naval vessels providing support after the 2017 hurricanes as well. Next slide shows the strength in numbers. As of last count, there are 285 licensed ham radio operators in the Virgin Islands. Among them, 116 operators, or 41%, are in St. Croix, 107 operators, 38%, are in St. Thomas Water Island, and St. John boasts 62 ham operators. Granted, at any given time, there may only be 25 to 30% of them actively engaged. This distribution across all islands is a significant asset for reporting conditions during and after a disaster. Another benefit of collaborating with HAMs is, as Fred said, there is no cost to the Virgin Islands to supply HAMs with equipment, to the government of the Virgin Islands. Most HAMs have their own personal equipment at home, and many have it in their vehicles. Our territory-wide linked repeater system, which also offers internet linking, is entirely owned and maintained by volunteer HAMs, again, meaning that there's no cost to the VI government. In closing, I want to underscore the vital role that ham radio operators play in disaster response and recovery efforts in the Virgin Islands. The collaborative effort between ham operators and various agencies, nonprofits, small businesses, and government authorities have been instrumental in creating a resilient and well-coordinated disaster response network. Their ability to provide timely and accurate information, coordinate resources, and maintain communication when other avenues fail is invaluable. What makes this collaboration even more remarkable is that it comes at no additional cost to the VI government. In these challenging times, fostering and furthering these partnerships with ham radio operators is not just prudent, it's vital. I urge you to support the proposed Oxcom bill, which will formalize and enhance our collaboration with these dedicated individuals. Together, we can continue to build a stronger, more resilient Virgin Islands, better prepared to face the challenges ahead of us. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll move to Vaitima.
Good morning, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairman, Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, other committee members, and members of the 35th Legislature, legislative staff, and those in the viewing and listening audience. I also welcome the fellow testifiers, Mr. Fred Kleber and Celia Kalasek. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Chairperson, for allowing us to come before you today to provide comment and information on Bill number 35-0175. In the event of a critical emergency or disaster, whether natural or man-made, the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Operations Plan, or TEOP, dictates how and under what conditions and circumstances VITEMA establishes direction and control of the territorial response. This would, of course, be based on functional support groups involving broad participation from territory, private and volunteer relief organizations, keeping in mind the need to be compatible with the federal response and recovery concepts of operation. Our TOP also identifies vital lifelines that must be preserved and protected when emergencies arise. It is without doubt that, as is stated in Bill 35-0175, emergency preparedness and disaster response across the territory would be improved with a recognized, integrated, and unified communications auxiliary unit to support any agency of the territorial government. We do know all too well that when there are widespread disasters, especially natural disasters, our geographic isolation and topography often have serious effects on the availability of traditional means of communications such as telephones, mobile phones, and/or even the availability of internet accessibility. Therefore, VITEMA is very much in support of this bill, which codifies the availability and definition of an auxiliary communications unit that VITEMA can stand up in the event of such communications loss. Having this unit as an additional tool in VITEMA's arsenal to coordinate recovery and relief efforts in a disaster or emergency only strengthens our ability to fulfill our mandate, which is to supervise, administer, and coordinate all hazards response and recovery operations, always with the ultimate mission of saving the lives and property of the territory's population. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, VITEMA appreciates and supports the efforts of this body to address and support the vital work of this agency. Hence, Bill 35-0175 would enhance our ability to continue to conduct our duties. I thank you in advance, and I stand ready to answer any questions that this committee may have to the best of my ability.
Thank you so much. And just to echo your words, we know all too well that when there are widespread disasters, especially natural disasters, our geographic isolation and topography often have serious effects on the availability of traditional means of communication, such as telephones, mobile phones, and or even the availability of internet accessibility. Even without that, we have a challenge.
Yes, sir.
So this is timely. Thank you all for your testimony. Before we entertain a 3 to 4 minute round, I will take a quick recess just so you could stretch your legs, and we'll be right back. All right? 3 minutes. 4 minute round of The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Thursday, November 9th is back on record. We'll begin our 3-minute round, starting with Senator at Large Angel Bolquez Jr., followed by Senate Minority Leader doing M. DeGraff.
Okay.
You recognize Senator Bolquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and good morning to our testifying panel. I see no harm in this bill. However, I do have some questions, specifically concerning non-disaster time. What role or responsibilities do you foresee with the auxiliary communication unit during those times?
Yes, I could take that one, sir. They absolutely would be incorporated into all of our training, exercises, drills, everything we do to be prepared. We would engage them to ensure where they would fit in if it were a real operation during blue skies periods, so that we are best prepared to know who's going where and when and to do what when, so to speak, the balloon goes up and we have to respond to something.
Okay, very well noted. Now, I understand that this is a volunteer position. However, there is going to be some sort of funding that is required in order for you to maintain and keep the auxiliary unit up to date, one would say. And if new technology comes out, you may want to upgrade it, etc. So what type of funding sources or logistical support do you foresee the auxiliary unit needing in the foreseeable future?
Go ahead.
Senator, first of all, thank you very much for the question. The only funding that would be required would be for VITEMA's equipment or any governmental agency's equipment that would need it to be upgraded. That's equipment owned by the VI government and not the amateurs. We would be the ones that most likely would help program it for the proper frequencies when it came in. In terms of the equipment that the Auxcom folks use in their cars and their homes, none of that is owned by the VI government, so there's no cost to maintain it or upgrade it. So the only cost would be the cost that the VI government would incur to maintain and upgrade their own communications equipment, which the Auxcom folks would operate and program.
Okay, very well, and thank you for that. And I guess I will go right back over to VITEMA now, being that that was said. So is there a price tag associated with this ACOM unit that would require an additional funding source to get it? Is it currently in active, if I might say, is it active right now is my question.
Yes, thank you for the question, Senator. Yes, our budget for upgrading and maintaining our equipment is within our annual budget. There will be no change to that. As Mr. Kleber said, they could be engaged to assist us with setting up the equipment, programming frequencies, etc. But no, we have the budget to purchase and maintain existing equipment within our communications inventory.
Okay, very well. Now, in the event, now that these are volunteers, Mr. Chair, may I please wrap up?
You may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These are volunteers that are going to be utilizing your equipment and may handle sensitive information, one would say. What parameters are in place so that VITEMA, or is there some sort of agreement that needs to be had between the volunteers and VITEMA to have some sort of confidentiality concerning that type of information?
Yes, there would be a level of confidentiality expected, and these folks are all trained in ICS. They understand the system. They have worked with us extensively after the Irma Maria incidents in 2017. You know, I don't see it as an issue because, again, we're not, any traffic that goes over the airwaves, you know, is open to anyone to hear. So there would not be any classified or really overly sensitive information being passed, except emergency information that has to be tracked and passed to offer assistance in terms of response needed out there in the field.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate all of the answers, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolquez. I did say Senate Minority Leader, but we'll move to Senator Diane T. Capehart. You're recognized for your 3 minutes. I'm sorry about that if I caught you.
You sure did. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, those who are listening and viewing. I see this bill as a no-brainer, but and I think that we do need another source of communication as we in the Virgin Islands are in a strategic place geographically. And we have hurricanes, natural disasters, that this another form of communication is important. But I just wanted to ask, ham radios operates on radio frequency, is that correct? So can radio operations be even affected during bad weather through rough terrains?
Thank you for the question, Senator. The vast majority of communications that the amateurs will be providing in the Oxcom unit will be local and mostly line of sight, and they're not affected so much by atmospheric conditions.
Okay. And
It's much different and it's much more structured.
okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I'm not in this committee, but I foresee this bill moving to the Rules Committee, and I look forward to vetting or voting on this when it appears to my committee. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am, or even moving directly to the floor as this is really needed. But thank you so much, Madam Rules Chair. Senator Fonseca, Vice Chair, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please recognize the mic of Vice Chair, Senator Ray Fonseca.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, Senator Gittins, and pleasant good morning, greetings and blessings to everyone listening. I bring warm greetings. You know, I'm excited. I definitely support this bill number 35-0175, where amateur radio operators would be given liability protection. You know, it's so interesting that, you know, this ham license allows you to communicate long distances. You know, it's a good lifelong hobby. As a matter of fact, I wanted to ask Steve or Fred, I have a son is 15 years old. Would he be allowed to take this course and become a ham operator?
Thank you for the question, Senator. One of the pillars of amateur radio is outreach in the educational community for STEM, so-called STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. Amateur radio operator licenses have been granted to individuals as young as 5 years old. There's no age limit to the entry, and as you heard, it can have profound impact on one's life.
Yes, thank you very much. You know, the ham operators are not allowed to engage in preculinary interests, you know, so I don't have a PhD, but I looked up that word preculinary, and it means no money, no financial interest. So that's very good. But you know, it's precuneary, Precuniary, but it saves lives. We've heard the testimony that you gave on slide 21, I think it was, where you became a little emotional, where you save lives. So I am going to ask the bill sponsor, I'd like to sign on to this legislation because it's so important. And you know, too, I understand there's 285 ham operators in the territory. So to the 285 ham operators, I want to say to you a code 73 to all the ham operators. Code 73 means we close in and in best regards. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Now we'll go to the big senator out of Frederickstead, Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, they don't recognize you until I say.
Good morning. Thank you very much,
You're recognized.
But then you're calling me the big senator.
You're recognized,
Good morning
sir.
to the people of St. John. It's always a beautiful experience being here in St. John. Good morning to the testifiers, viewers, and listeners. I definitely signing on to this measure, but I want to ask a few questions because there's a good side about this, and there's also a bad side if it's not done right. And we talk about the number of 285 ham radios operator, but it's only 35 is going to be working with Vitima. Is it correct to say that? Whoever.
The 35 is the number of amateur radios operators in Aries. The number working with Vitima could grow significantly. We're getting ready to give a license test in St. Croix for 15 or 20 more. So the number could significantly grow as we expand the number of hams in the territory, which is continuing to grow following the storms.
And as I said before, I'm definitely signing on to this measure, but I also want to give an experience with a bad ham radio. In 1989, Hurricane Hugo, am I correct with my date? Yes.
Yes, sir.
As much as you could talk about Maria and Irma, Hurricane Hugo devastated the island of St. Croix. And when the ham radio operator was the only person reaching out, the information that he gave out, they sent folks from the military armed and ready to go to combat. And I talking from experience, I worked at the prison then, and we spoke to the officers who came on board to help us with the facility, and they were rocked and loaded when they land on the island. So if the information doesn't go out right, and the wrong information goes out, instead of food and assistance coming, you have people ready to go to combat. And these guys that just came from either Iraq or one of those wars that was happening back in those days, they were fully loaded. And we had a very good conversation with them, and they felt so bad after they realized that what the ham radio operator had reported was far from being the truth. But I still say that this can help us a lot. Being out here in the waters by ourselves, when these storms come and devastate Vitima and all its operation, this is what we got to rely on. And I just ask, please, make sure that we definitely test folks. Make sure we have real, reliable people who are sincere about what they're doing. Because instead of it being a good thing, it could be a bad thing. But I know we do need this for sure. But my experience in Hurricane Hugo was not pleasant with what happened when that individual reached out and said that they are killing folks on the island, which was far from the truth. Yes, folks had machete, clearing the areas, getting their way around. And it was a different story that was pronounced to the mainland. But I definitely am going to be signing on to this measure. I know it's something that's going to help this territory greatly, and I thank you for all what you're doing. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Thank you for that reminder as well. And that's why I call the bill the CAT. And the CAT, the acronym of coordination, accountability, and training. And this is why the coordination and training piece of this whole thing is going to be really crucial, so that we could know that the information that's being shared and sent out is responsible. So we wouldn't have the place when we're asking for assistance in food and supplies turning into some kind of martial law or something, because I remember that in '89 as well, and all you saw was a bunch of armed men and women up and down with these big guns that some of us have never seen at the time and whatnot. So it could be a frightening situation, but in this case, again, we will utilize the CAT, right? Again, coordination, accountability, and training. So thank you for that reminder, Senator Johnson. Next up, we'll go to Senator DeGraff, since we don't have the others on Zoom connected.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hotel Echo Lima Lima Oscar Tango Yankee. That's hello and thank you. Again, it's phonetic for that the communication my thing in the military too. So, but I would like to ask, what we discussed some of the new generations things, because I know of ham radios from the 80s. What actually are new updates or anything now going on with the ham radio industry?
Let's go ahead. Sure.
Thank you very much for the question, Senator.
Sure.
If I may, one quick comment to Senator Johnson's questions. Amateur radio operators that are joining the Oxcom organization are required to undergo a background check that's done by Vitima. So you don't have a individual renegade or whatever you would like to call him. So with regard to the outreach and educational piece of it on St. Croix, we have actually gone to several elementary schools and given demonstrations trying to stimulate kids' interest in science, technology, engineering, and math. We're conducting amateur radio classes quite frequently. So, thank you.
Okay, and you mentioned about having apps and different things. You have those things also?
Yes, the amateur radio repeater system that we have linked through the territory. It is possible to have an app on your phone that connects to the internet, that connects to our repeaters, and you could actually talk on it from your phone.
Excellent, excellent. That's good information. Background checks was one of my next questions to ask, and because coming up next we're going to be talking about background checks. How extensive is your background checks for your personnel?
And please speak directly into the mic,
yes,
so that they don't have to turn up the volume, because if they turn up the volume, we'll have a feedback. So speak directly into the mic. Thank you.
Understand better. With regard to background checks, Vitima does not actually do the background checks. Right. It's PD that does. Vitima requests what I'll call a minimal background check. It's not like a security clearance, but there has always been, ever since I've been volunteering, even as Aries, a background check that Vitima does conduct through PD.
Okay, great. That's great information to know. And in closing, for me, it's I've asked my colleagues' support from Bill 35-0175, and Mr. Chair has asked me also we could look to, or we'll speak about that offline, Mr. Chair, before we go to a motion, or you want me to even mention it? We speak about it offline first? Okay. So yes, I'm just asking my colleagues' support for the bill, and I also too will be signing on this bill because it's much needed. And in closing, for me, it's always about the individuals, in taking care of the individual. Once they come to volunteer, their responsibilities, and so what responsibility are we looking to put out for these individuals who are volunteering, using their equipment, and not being compensated other than the gratitude of the people? What specifically are we going to do for them? Do they come and we shelter them until after the storms or anything like that? Do we, if they get injured, well, I'll even ask that part. If they get injured, what is the process for addressing, taking care of them and their safety?
Yes, if they were injured in the in the process of performing support to us, we would make sure that they were readily taken care of, just like we would any of our standard government GVI employees. In terms of providing service to them, as Mr. Kleber said, if we needed someone to go from St. Croix to St. Thomas, we can get them on invitational travel. We can pay for them just a per diem to get them to do work related to the response. If we were feeding the EOC and they were sitting in our comms room at one of the EOCs, they would be entitled to the drinks being provided to the EOC workers, the meals that would be provided to the EOC workers. We would treat them as if they were just another employee. We would credential them, certainly with some sort of a badge. We don't have this bill in process right now, but we would provide them with a badge to identify themselves as affiliated with Vitema through ARIES, and we would also allow them to have a curfew pass as necessary to make sure that they can get from their residence to a point of work.
Okay, great. And MREs are great food too. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
It may be MREs. Yes.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Mr. Minority Leader. Mr. de Blasio, you know, you answered that question so fast, and I want to slow you down because I want to make sure that that was a good question from the Minority Leader with the coverage. Now, this reminded me of our police auxiliary officers that we realized after that they're not covered by government insurance unless they have a government job. And of course, it's the same Cigna, so it will connect. But the question still remains that if they were in the private sector and were to be auxiliary officers, what happens if they're injured? So what I'll ask of the agency is to have a policy, a written policy in place that if, God forbid, that any of these volunteers are injured while in volunteer service, that we will be able to assist them with whatever medical coverage or whatever assistance that we are allowed to do within the confines of the law.
Understood, Senator. Thank you for making that point, and I do agree.
Thank you.
I don't know if
that
Mr.
just
Kleber
needs to
had
be
any-
written somewhere.
Good copy.
All
Yes,
right.
sir.
So that concludes for Bill 35, that's 0175, and we will take a 3-minute recess huddle, and then we will come back to dispose this matter, and then we will, what time is it? We'll come back to dispose this matter and then decide what we'll do thereafter. 3 minutes. Don't even move if you don't have to, all right? The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Thursday, November 9th is back on record. At this time, do I hear a motion? Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Bill number 35-0175, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, relating to emergency communications during an emergency and major disasters, by adding a subchapter 2, establishing an auxiliary communications unit within the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, and providing an auxiliary communications resource to any department, agency, and autonomous or semi-autonomous instrumentality of the government of the Virgin Islands be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Properly moved by Senator DeGraff, second by Senator Franklin D. Johnson and Ray Fonseca. Roll call on Bill number 35-0175.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Chair. Okay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Bolkes Jr. Yes. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yeah.
Senator Ray Fonseca, yes. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger not voting.
Absent.
Or absent, I apologize. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr. absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yeah.
Senator Franklin D. Johnson, yes or yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes. Yeah.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, yay. Okay. Mr. Chair, there are 5 yeas and 2 absent.
Thank you. The measure has passed. Bill number 35-0175, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 2, relating to emergency communications. Chapter 11, relating to emergency communications during an emergency and major disasters, by adding a subchapter 2, establishing an auxiliary communications unit within the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, and providing an auxiliary communications resource to any department, agency, and autonomous or semi-autonomous instrumentality of the government of the Virgin Islands, has been voted upon favorably here in the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, testifiers, for your testimony on Bill number 35-0175 and all the work that went into this. Prior, Mr. Kleber, you may close out 30 seconds just to say whatever.
No, I don't.
You'd like.
Thank
You
you
good?
from the heart. Thank you from
All
the
right,
heart.
Miss Kay.
Thank you again,
You want to say
Celia.
on the mic?
It's Celia, and thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you, everyone, for seeing the value of this important bill.
Thank you, Mr. De Blasio.
Yes, great appreciation for the invite to be here, and certainly you have heard me say I fully support this bill, and I appreciate this body moving this along, going in the right direction. It's going to provide a great level of support, so direly needed when we have these massive natural disasters that impact us the way they do. So thank you again, Chairman.
Thank you, and we're looking forward to seeing that policy. All right, the time now is 12:12. The committee will break until 12:50.
Production.
Okay. Not new and not additional.
Good afternoon. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Thursday, November 9, 2023 is back on record. Hope everyone is rejuvenated and ready. We will be moving these other two bills, having one discussion, moving forward. Madam Clerk, at this time, could you read the next two bills before we read the other two bills into this block, I want to recognize the presence of the Honorable Alma Francis Heiliger, who made it all the way from St. Thomas to be here with us, and we want to just welcome you, ma'am. Thank you for coming. Madam Clerk, can you read the next two bills into the record, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Bill 35-0086, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 10H, to require background checks for all IT personnel and employees of the Bureau of Information Technology, agencies that have data centers, and any employee who handles confidential information. Sponsored by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Invited testifiers: Mr. Rupert Ross, Director, Bureau of Information Technology; the Honorable Ray Martinez, Commissioner, VI Police Departments; Mr. Steve de Blasio, Assistant Director, VITEMA; Mr. Carlton Dow, Executive Director, VI Port Authority; Mr. Andrew Smith, CEO, Water and Power Authority; Ms. Regina Peterson, Administrator, VI Judiciary; Mrs. Curell Sheridan, Executive Director, VA Legislature; Ms. Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel. Bill 35-0131, relating to an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, to establish a real-time crime center, centralized crime data system within the Virgin Islands Police Department, sponsored by Senator Diane Capehart. No additional testifiers. That concludes the bills, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Bill number 35-0086. Of those testifiers, we know we received correspondence earlier from the Honorable Ray Martinez, Police Commissioner, who will not be here, and also from CEO Andrew Smith of the Water and Power Authority. And we know that previously the position that the courts took with regards to testifying on bills before us. Bill number 35-0131, there's no testifiers, as we've had that discussion previously and was actually ready to move that bill. However, there was some technical, there was a little snafu that we needed to iron out, which we did iron out, and that's behind us, so we'll just have a discussion on it, and we'll move these two bills at the appropriate time. So at this time, I want to ask who speaks to the introduction of Bill number 35-0086. Senate Minority Leader, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you're recognized for your introduction of 35-0086.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, my colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listen, and present. Bill number 35-0086, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 10H, to require background checks for all IT personnel and employees of the Bureau of Information Technology, agencies that have data centers, and any employee who handles confidential information. This bill was heard a couple of weeks ago, and we held it because of some great information that was put out. At that time, we didn't have the Department of Personnel, who are present here today, who came all the way across the waters, and I highly appreciate it. And we took the things into consideration for the amendment. Mr. Chair was graceful in when we decided to hold the bill, that we'd have a working meeting. I met with him. We put together some things. I met with personnel We put together some more things for the amendment, and unfortunately, due to issues beyond our control, we were unable. The legal counsel was able to, back down and really work hard and get it out for me today. So the amendment came out today, and I'm highly appreciative of that. It's basically to have background checks for persons who are having their hands, their eyes on information that is very, very vital to the territory moving forward. And in the day and age of technology, we want to make sure we have some things in place to address some of these issues. It's not accusing anyone of anything. It's not. We're just trying to put a process in place for all branches of the government. That's what this bill was for. That's what we had individuals to testify from the different branches of government in regarding to the bill. And we basically had that, and today we do a follow-up on it. The amendment is out in the nature of a substitute, and then we will just move forward. If need be, any more adjustments need to be made, we will continue to go forward. No bill is perfect, but we will continue to take all information into consideration and make it happen to get that process going. So I ask for my colleagues' support, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Who speaks to bill number 35, that's 0131? Just as an introduction, Senator Capehart, non-committee member, you're recognized to just introduce this bill for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Bill number 35-0131 has already been vetted in this committee, and we've had testifiers from the police department, VITEMA, and the Bureau of Information Technology that came before this committee and supported this legislation. So today, this bill actually is the mission of Real-Time Crime Center is to provide law enforcement agency the ability to capitalize on a wide and expanding range of technologies for efficient and effective policing. So law enforcement agencies are quickly realizing how effective technology can be when it comes to new ways of fighting crime. Tools like police drones, Shot Spotter, which is a gun detection device, the LPRs, license reader plates, the license plate readers, and cameras are among the most valuable tools used. But these tools are not effective when paired with trained personnel who cannot give the information in real time and given the right mission. Together, all these tools fight crime and are rapidly becoming the standard in new policing called technology-driven policing. Colleagues, I ask for your support and your vote on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Colleagues, we'll now hear testifiers. I'll ask that you introduce yourselves first, starting on my right to the left.
Good morning, Correll Sheridan.
Please pull the mics directly in front of you and just identify yourselves, your position and agency, please.
Good afternoon, Correll Sheridan, Virgin Islands Legislature.
No, this is your house. Pull that mic closer to you, speak directly into the mic.
Good afternoon.
Media, please make sure that the mics are on. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Correll Sheridan, Virgin Islands Legislature.
And your title, ma'am?
Executive Director.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Norman Edwards Jr., Virgin Islands Legislature, HR Director.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Millicent O'Bain, Territorial Administrative Recruitment and Classification, Division of Personnel.
Thank you. See, testifiers, I want you all to use a mic just like that. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Tucker, Deputy Director, BIT, testifying on behalf of Director Rupert Ross.
Thank you so much. And now we will go into the testimonies, and we'll start with BIT. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, members of the Committee of Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, distinguished members of the 35th Legislature, other guests, and the viewing audience. I am Jonathan Tucker, Deputy Director of the Bureau of Information Technology, BIT, appearing on behalf of BIT Director, CIO, Rupert Ross. My purpose today is to provide testimony regarding Bill number 35-0086, which proposes amendments to Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 10H. The primary objective of this bill is to mandate background checks for all IT personnel and employees associated with the Bureau of Information Technology, entities with data centers, and individuals entrusted with confidential information. The Bureau of Information Technology recognizes the core intent of Bill number 35-0086 and its potential ramifications for our agency and related bodies. While we acknowledge the merit of this proposal, we respectfully propose that the responsibility for conducting background checks should be entrusted to the Division of Personnel, which is better equipped to handle such matters efficiently and comprehensively. This approach aligns with established best practices observed in many organizations, ensuring a streamlined and effective implementation of background checks. Drawing inspiration from the federal government's model, which tailors background checks according to job roles, can offer valuable insights into structuring our approach effectively. Moreover, the proposed use of the National Crime Investigation Center, NCIC, as a data source raises concerns. While the NCIC is a crucial tool for law enforcement purposes, its primary focus is on criminal investigations. The Bureau of Information Technology lacks the necessary resources, accessibility, and expertise to effectively manage the intricacies of this database. We recommend exploring alternative specialized databases or considering collaboration with law enforcement entities to ensure the accuracy and reliability of background checks. In our commitment to comply with the stipulations outlined in this bill, we are fully prepared to embrace these new requirements if the legislation is enacted. Nevertheless, I would like to draw your attention to the administrative and financial implications of implementing these background checks, particularly for the prospective employees. The bill currently places the responsibility for cost of background checks on the employment applicants. This provision should be thoughtfully administered to ensure it does not become a hindrance to individuals seeking employment, especially for roles requiring access to personally identifiable information, PII. Furthermore, for existing employees, the funding for background checks should be shouldered by the respective agencies. I recommend further clarification of the process and funding sources to facilitate a smooth implementation. Furthermore, while the bill rightfully underscores the importance of safeguarding the confidentiality of criminal record information, it is imperative to establish stringent data protection measures to prevent any potential misuse of this information. In conclusion, I wish to emphasize the Bureau of Information Technology's unwavering dedication to upholding the security and integrity of the government of the Virgin Islands. We wholeheartedly support the underlying principle of Bill number 35-0086 and are eager to collaborate with the legislature and human resources in crafting a comprehensive and well-defined methodology for conducting background checks for sensitive positions. Our expertise and commitment are at your disposal to enhance the effectiveness of this vital initiative. The Bureau extends its gratitude to the Committee of Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety Chairman Kenneth Gittins, the 35th Legislature, committee and non-committee members for affording us the opportunity to provide testimony on proposed bill number 35-0086. I'm available to address any questions and anticipate a constructive discussion ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Director. Now we'll hear from the Virgin Islands Legislature.
Good day, Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Other committee members present, senators present in the chambers, virtually, other testifiers, and the viewing and listening public. I am Karel Sheridan, Executive Director of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Today, Mr. Norman Edwards, Director of Human Resources, accompanies me. I have been asked to testify on amended Bill 35-0086. This bill seeks to amend Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 10H, to require background checks for all IT personnel and employees of the Bureau of Information Technology, agencies that have data centers, and any employee who handles classified information. I commend the bill sponsor, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, for acting on the feedback received when this bill was first heard. The testimonies received at that time raised issues related to recidivism, background checks, evaluation criteria, and the need to fund cybersecurity safeguards. The bill sponsor has duly evaluated those considerations, and some are addressed in the amendment. While the legislature firmly believes that the policy should accompany this bill, the legislature is not opposed to the bill as amended. I thank the Senate and the public for the opportunity to discuss this bill as amended, and again, this legislation represents a forward movement towards improved information security within our government. This concludes my testimony. Mr. Edwards and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Executive Director. Now we'll move to the Director of Personnel. You're recognized for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Kenneth Gittins, Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, committee members, non-committee members, the listening and viewing audience, colleagues, and the Division of Personnel team. My name is Cindy L. Richardson, Director of the Division of Personnel. Accompanying me here today is Ms. Millicent O'Bain, Administrator for Recruitment and Classification. Thank you for the invitation to offer testimony on Amendment 35-511 Bill number 35-00686, proposed by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, an act amending Title III, VI Code, Chapter 1, Section 10H, to require background checks for all IT personnel and employees of BIT, agencies that have data centers, and any employee who handles confidential information. The Division of Personnel did have the opportunity to provide feedback to Senator DeGraff and his staff regarding the various reasons as to why this bill could not be supported as amended. However, during the meeting, the Senator was able to engage in healthy discussions with the Division of Personnel's team to fully understand the role the Division of Personnel plays in the hiring process and to flush out some implications that the amendment may have as written. Hence, the revised amendment was drafted and provided on Monday, November 6, 2023. DOP understands the importance of conducting background checks and has equipped all human resources staff with the tools and information necessary for agencies to conduct various levels of background checks as part of the interview and selection process. DOP holds monthly 2-hour training sessions with the human resources professionals throughout the GVI regarding various HR topics. As recent as September 26, 2023, the session conducted in collaboration with the Bureau of Information Technology, BIT, and the VI Police Department, VIPD, with 76 HR professionals in attendance, covered topics such as, but not limited to, verifying employment information, maintaining legal compliance with governing bodies, the various types of background checks, using E-Verify, prior employment verification, education verification, reference checks, drug screening, sexual offender checks, credit checks, social media/internet checks, driving records, local and national checks, and BIT's required security awareness training. It is the responsibility of the agency to conduct the necessary background checks as part of the hiring process. Federal law also prohibits DOP from doing non-sensitive clearance that can stop someone from being interviewed for a position. Ban the box laws prevents DOP from asking an employee applying for a government job about a candidate's criminal history on the job application. We are an equal opportunity employer. In the revised amendment, it referenced that confidential clearance should be conducted for IT personnel to include employees who handle classified information. It is to be noted that the inclusion of these employees can encompass positions to include HR professionals, payroll staff, fiscal teams, insurance staff, medical personnel, and employees with various levels of ERP access, and that's just to name a few. The inclusion of contractors would not include the agency or department hiring managers, as the vetting would be part of the contracting process and would be conducted by the company themselves. Finally, extensive and in-depth background checks can be costly. If it is to be mandated, it is my hope that funds will be allotted to support the requirement. Based on how today's discussion evolves, DOP stands ready to provide the necessary feedback as needed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This time, colleagues, we'll move right into a 3-minute round. If you need more time, I will definitely grant you that time, but we will proceed at this time. Starting with Senator at-large Bolkes, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to the testifying panel. Wanted to start off with Bill 35-0086. We had the bill before us, and discussions came around pertinent to, of course, having the Department of Personnel for that hearing. I'm glad to have you here now today because we thought it was imperative to get your feedback on the matter, as technically you are what is considered the vetting agent of the government, one would say, right? And the discussion that the bill sponsor and I had concerning individuals who work local and federal. There are some employees that are not fully local employees, but they may receive funding from the federal government and augmented by the local government in some cases. Sometimes it's a 50-50, sometimes it's 75-25. And I offered an amendment pertinent to the Privacy Act of 1974, which would also subsequently cover individuals in that classification, if I can call them that. BIT mentioned that they believe that the Department of Personnel should be the one who should be spearheading this. Why won't the Department of Personnel spearhead? Would that incur an additional cost to your budget in order to do so? What would be the parameters surrounding that?
Thank you for that question. So again, as I stated in the testimony,
let's make sure that the Director of Personnel mic is on, please. Testifier table. Thank you.
So as stated in the testimony, there are certain requirements or laws in place that we can do as part of the intake process or the application process. One of our KPIs is to once the applications are in, is to get that referral listing to the respective agency in 3 days. So we hand over that listing to the agencies to then finalize the hiring process. Last fiscal year, Division of Personnel received over 10,000 applications and made over 4,200 referrals to the various agencies. So for us to do that, it would definitely not, we do not have enough staff to do that. But the closeout of the hiring process, it starts and ends with the agency. They do the interviews, they know what they want. And in reference to those federal requirements, for example, Department of Human Services, they have an MOU with NCIC in order to meet those federal mandates. So they know what those requirements are, and they know the level of background checks that's needed for the respective positions.
So,
Time.
Mr. Chair, if I may. So in turn,
You may.
what we're discussing here would be considered a two-tier process, basically. So the agency that wants to hire should vet their individual. Once they pass that, then they go to personnel to get the second vetting, and then it comes back and then approve.
There's no need for it to come back, because once we do that referral listing, they complete the entire hiring process. We then process all the information that they have provided us to support the NOPA process.
Okay, very well. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. If I have any additional questions, I'll ask for a point of information. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to Committee Chair, Vice Chair, Senator Fonseca. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am definitely in support of Bill 35-0086, but I had to go to my dictionary in the reading here. They use the word recidivism, and I had to check that out. It means the tendency of a convicted person to be a repeat offender. You know, we know it as he gone back to jail. But now, the listening public, you could call that person a recidivist. I think, personnel director, I think I might get it wrong. I might need a little help with my pronunciation. You know, I don't have a PhD. But, you know, it's very well needed. Credit checks, you know, for prior employment, you know, your education checks, drug screening, sexual offenders, and all of that is very important. But, you know, I was looking at it even a little bit more in detail, and it also includes your driving checks, and it also includes social media checks. So I guess if you want a big job, you can be posting them bikini and thing on social media. So I want to ask the Director of Personnel real quickly, give me some examples of social media checks that you would find is not appropriate.
That's a good question. Social media internet checks can be done for all levels of position, anything from maybe a receptionist to an IT director. So usually what an individual would do, or the hiring officer would just go up on their social media, look to see if they can find the individual on social media and get a feel for the types of postings or language used, and just get a feel for the employee. Not necessarily use it to make a decision, but just to learn a little bit more about the employee that they may not have been able to find out on their resume.
Good. So the listening public, you hear that? No people going up on your social media and doing some checks, so make sure your posts them are appropriate. You know, and it's done for the IT personnel, those handling classified information. I definitely I'm in support of this bill, and at the appropriate time, Mr. Chair, I will cast my vote to support this. And thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Vice Chair Fonseca. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I pretty much heard these two measures that are before us here today, so I don't have much question on them, Bill 35-0086 or Bill 35-0131. What I want to ask BIT, because if I'm understanding BIT is asking that personnel do background check for your agency. Is it correct what I heard?
Deputy Director Jonathan Tucker, BIT. We're actually asking that it be done for the GVI, the total government, not just for BIT.
And why don't your agency interview for people and do some type of background check on its own?
Right, but we don't interview individuals who are going to be employed at other executive branch agencies.
All right, I understand what you're saying. And personnel is saying each agency do their own background check.
Correct.
I'm good then. I'm fine, Mr. Chair. At the appropriate time, I'll be supporting both measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Time that you will not get back. Thank you.
Put a handle on that.
Senator Johnson. Oh. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 3 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the public. Good afternoon to the people of the territory, to the testifiers. I, like my other colleagues, did have an opportunity to hear the discussion as I attended the last committee meeting when this was brought forward. And looking at the amendment, I see several of the amendments have been included in regards to the changes and suggestions. For me, the biggest thing has to do with the internet part of it, because when I was listening to your response, I might have to see how we could amend that a little bit. I'm going to tell you why. I see there are a lot of people that have social media pages that are private. They're not even public. So how do you now ask someone to say, let me go take a look at your social media that I might only use privately for my family and friends and the whole world doesn't see it? So if they don't happen to say, give you that information for you to now invade their privacy when they have chosen not to put it out to the public, that's something I'm concerned about. If that's the case, come live in my house if you want a sense of who I am. Mm-hmm. You understand what I'm saying? So from that aspect, I think we have to make sure that there's distinct language as to how, if you want to use that to get a sense of people's personality, there's a difference between public pages and private pages. Because I have a page where only my siblings and me engage, the whole world don't get to see it. So in order to get a job, for you to ask me to turn that over to you just so you could get a sense of who I am, that's not going to happen. So that's a concern of mine. Explain a little bit more.
So if I may, it's not
Yes.
necessarily we would ask you to access a private page. If it's public, it's public, and
Yes.
that's just something that would be accessible.
Okay.
You could even Google someone and find some information on
Exactly.
them as well. So we would definitely not ask you to allow us to see a private page. Once it's public, it's public.
Well, the reason why I say that, because I remember I was watching some stuff online, and I think there was even a court case where an individual was denied a job because the individual attempting to interview them was insisting they turned over passwords to log in and all of this. So I don't want us to start going down those type of realms, because it has happened before. So I just want to make sure that our language is distinct, that we don't open up doorways where we're invading privacy just for individuals to get a job.
Yes, it's definitely not to that level.
Well, I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. Okay. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank
and I will
you.
continue to listen to the testifiers.
Thank you, Senator Heiliger. Senate Minority Leader, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I always hear good information when we put out a bill, and like they say, no bill is perfect, and I don't feel slighted in any way. But we had testimony from the judicial branch last time, and they stated that they do their own background checks. So for the first branch of government, the legislative branch, Madam Edie, you do background checks when?
We do background checks for the final group of candidates.
And who pays for it?
the legislature pays for it. When an employee is hired, well, for some, so for example, your traffic record, then you have to bring your traffic record once you're hired. So the applicant pays for that upon hire.
Okay, and also in Department of Personnel, you hiring for Department of Personnel, when do you do background checks?
We do the background checks when we reach our final level of candidates as well, and more so when we make that final selection. That's usually when we would then go further and do that background
And
check.
who pays for it?
The department does.
So you have funding already for
Not
that?
dedicated for that,
Okay.
but if we have to, we would definitely foot the bill on that.
Okay, no, because I was saying like was mentioned about a funding source, if need be, then once they get that information, then we could go that direction. But I really appreciate the testimonies given. Mr. Chair, I'd just like to put out that I met with Department of Personnel and they gave me a lot of great information. Thank you to you and your team. At times I felt like I was getting beat up, but that was a joke. But the professionalism that you passed on to me, I highly appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the time. Again, we're asking for my colleagues' support in this bill, Bill 35-0086. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. The colleagues, these bills are like coming so timely. So, media, I'm getting a little feedback. As I sit here and listen to the discussion, I remember there was another bill before us as well, the one for the Vice President, talking about the unauthorized leaks of videos of crime scenes. By the time we came out of that hearing, there we go, we saw these videos coming out from some other crime scenes. But some of them we could have seen that it wasn't from first responders, really it was before they even got to the scene. But just to show you, this one, we just had this discussion a couple of weeks ago, and then just last evening, I'm baffled by a full video coming out of the Department of Justice. Just last evening I saw this video where we're seeing someone that appears to be an employee of the department flipping through some pages looking at some sex offenders, and they're flipping through, and it is so unprofessional that while they're flipping through, and you could hear the audio, you could even hear who you believe is another employee making an order for lunch. I mean, we got to do better than this. These matters that we're discussing are so timely. Some people might not understand the sensitivity of it, but eventually when they come knocking on your door, you're going to more than understand. And at that time, it's going to be a bit too late. So, colleagues, I want to say thank you for your forward thinking and bringing these measures to us. Now, with regards to the real-time crime center, this too is timely. And again, the public is paying attention to what's going on. At times, the chambers isn't full, but trust me, people are tuned in, whether by TV or radio. And I was approached and received several calls and emails from community members and even retired police officers who was following the hearing for the Real-Time Crime Center and applauded the efforts of the sponsor and the legislature for hearing this, but gave a suggestion as well that they remembered that the legislature sometime back in 2020 had moved legislation to acquire a parcel of land in Frederiksted to build the police substation for the west end of the island, which is Act number 8437. And in reviewing Act number 8437 in Section 2, actually gave some instructions to whomever the police commissioner may be at the time in Section 2, which states that the Commissioner of Police shall require that the police station authorized in Section 1 must, 1, be constructed to withstand natural disasters. We had this disaster discussion earlier as well. 2, to provide adequate workspace for all occupants of the building. We know we've been having problems throughout government with occupancy and conducive working environments for employees. 3, contain adequate training space and roll call rooms, locker rooms, etc., private interview rooms, an office space, and holding cell areas. 4, meet safety, security, and accessibility standards. 5, allow for a remote emergency operations center known as a EOC. And 6, to ensure that the building has a photovoltaic with battery storage, so that if power goes down, you don't have no worries. And what the retiree and those retirees and the community members stated was, hey, we remember that you all moved this piece of legislation. Why not have it built in at the same time at this location, which is a real good idea, and I'll be having that discussion with the bill sponsor at the appropriate time. There's just one other thing in there that we may have to, well, not may have to, we will have to amend, and that's that in this legislation, if this didn't happen within 5 years, the property would have reverted back to the Water and Power Authority. So we will make sure that we do an amendment to this, because this is practical, it's doable, and we can see it being done. It wouldn't get done tomorrow, but it will definitely get done. So we will, at the appropriate time, I'll have that discussion with the primary sponsor of the bill, and also moving to amend it for us to remove that 5-year lock, because we're already 3 years into it now. All right? So we know that 2 years is going to go like nothing. So at the appropriate time, I'm poised also to support both bills, and I want to thank both bill sponsors and all the committee members that really put their heads together, even outside of the committee hearing, that came together so that we could amend the bill, and even with the other bill, getting senators to come together, because there was a preemption issue before that we now decide. We're just all working together to get this matter passed. So thank you, colleagues. At this time, I recognize the chair of rules. I didn't forget your name. It's the committee I was trying to remember. Thank you. Senator Diane T. Capehart, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in support of Bill number 35-0086. And colleagues, you would always hear me talk about or inquire on cybersecurity. The global dependence on information technology, data, the internet, other technologies increases every day. These are the times that we live in. So the information technology employees or individual under constant pressure to protect and keep our businesses and government running, to protect our data is important. Just think about this. It only takes one bad hire to jeopardize your whole department. So protecting our data, reducing liability, and protecting against fraud. I'm not in this committee, but I understand the intent. Talking about Bill number 35-0135, which I am the sponsor of. The Real Crime Time Center ties every resource, every tool together to reduce waste and to ensure the resources paid by tax dollars are being properly utilized. And I'm glad the senator, even Senator Gittins, brought this up, because as senators, when we get suggestions from our constituents, I never even thought about a potential home. So, Senator, yes, we could have further discussion, because as we need a centralized group to manage the technology, we need a home. So I am in support of that, Senator. I will await and see how these votes go, but I ask colleagues to please support this legislation. VIPD is in support. VITEMA is in support. The Bureau of Information Technology is in support. I ask for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You gave back a whole minute. Thank you. But again, the measures before us are much needed measures, measures that we have discussed before, and just bring them back so that we could finally vet and move on to the next level. I was going to just check to make sure that there's no alibis before I ask for any amendment, any further input from the testifiers. Anyone? Nothing? You just want to hurry up and get on out of here? All right. Any motions at this time? Amendments? Amendment, Senate Minority Leader Dwayne M. DeGraff, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone, again. I move amendment number 35-511 to bill number 35-0086, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 10H, to require background checks for all IT personnel and employees of the Bureau of Information Technology agencies that have data centers and any employees who handle confidential information. Bill number 35-0086 is amended in the nature of a substitute by striking the language after the enabling clause and inserting the following. Section 1, Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 10H is amended by adding subsection E and F to read as follows. E, the Bureau of Information Technology and each territorial agency, department, or independent instrumentality that utilizes, receives, or provides data processing services shall conduct a confidential clearance on applicants approved for employment to include contractors at the Bureau, IT personnel, and any employees of the reference departments and independent instrumentalities who handle classified information. The Human Resources Division of the executive branch agencies and other branches of government and independent instrumentalities shall be conducted background checks with the assistance of territorial law enforcement agencies and other certified reputable agencies that provide criminal background checks. Information obtained through background checks, through background and credit report checks, is for governmental purposes only and must be kept confidential. F, as used in this section, classified information means any information or data that is internal only to an agency, confidential in nature, or restricted from public access. Section 2, Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Section 452 is amended by adding a subsection E, and to read as follows. E, 1, the executive branch agencies and other branches of government and independent instrumentalities, when hiring personnel, shall conduct either a non-sensitive clearance or a confidential clearance. The non-sensitive clearance applies to all applicants and must include a local police record paid for by the applicant or the police, or police record from previous place of abode. if living outside of the Virgin Islands for the last 7 years from date of application for Bureau of Information Technology applicants, IT personnel in agencies with data centers and other positions handling classified information, a confidential clearance check must be conducted once the applicant has been selected for the job and provided with an offer. The confidential clearance includes a local and federal criminal background check and credit report check performed by a certified reputable agency and provides such background checks. 2. The application protects the application process for all new hires must be conducted in the following manner. A. The applicant applies for a position. B. Application is received by the Division of Personnel. C. Application is sent to the hiring manager. D. Selection and tentative offer is made. And E. Non-sensitive clearance checks for all applicants. 3. As used in paragraph 1, a non-sensitive clearance is a background check that consists of a local police record or police record from the locale where the applicant lived for the last 7 years prior to living in the Virgin Islands. A confidential clearance consists of a full background investigation that includes a local and federal criminal investigation and credit report check and applies only to employees of the Bureau of Information Technology, IT personnel of all government agencies, departments, and instrumentalities, and individuals who, as contractors with these entities, to handle classified information. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, second by Senators Johnson, Fonseca, and Francis Heiliger. Hearing no objection, so ordered. I hear a motion. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Bill number 35-0086 as amended, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 10H, to require background checks for all IT personnel and employees of the Bureau of Information Technology, agencies that have data centers, and any employee who handles confidential information, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second. Bill properly moved by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, second by Senators Fonseca and Francis Heiliger and Senator Johnson. Roll call on Bill number 35-0086 as amended.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Senator Angel Boques Jr. Senator Boques Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr. absent. Okay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yay. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Yes. Senator Gittens, yay. Okay. Mr. Chair, you have 6 yeas and 1 absent.
Thank you. Bill number 35-0086 as amended, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code to require background checks for all IT personnel and employees of the BIT has been properly moved by or have been properly vetted and voted on in this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further action. Congratulations. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Motion. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0131 an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, to establish a real-time crime center, centralized crime data system within the Virgin Islands Police Department, be voted on favorably in the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, and be forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
I'm just making sure you're sure of yourself, sir. Properly moved by Senator Franklin D. Johnson, second by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Roll call on bill number 35-0131.
Yes, Mr.
I'm sorry, and also second by Dwayne M. DeGraff, just for the record. Roll call on bill number 35-0131.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Senator Angel Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr. absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yay. Senator Franklin Johnson, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0131 has been properly vetted, voted upon favorably, and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee. Congratulations to both bill sponsors, Senators Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senate Minority Leader, and Senator Diane T. Capehart, Rules and Judiciary Chair. 2 important bills under public safety, and we're looking forward to vetting more bills in this nature. Thank you so much. At this time, I just want to ask the 3 lead entities that are here testifying to 30 seconds. You could just do a closeout, and we'll start with BIT, move to the legislature, and then Division of Personnel.
Thank you.
Please recognize the Assistant Director of BIT.
Thank you, Senator Gittens and committee members. On behalf of Director Rupert Ross, we are confident and happy for the opportunity to share testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Executive Director.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Bill Sponsor, for the opportunity to testify on this bill. I thank the Human Resources and MIS divisions of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands who will be assisting with implementing based on if this bill becomes an act. Thank you.
We thanking him for sitting next to you. Thank you all so much for your input. Director?
Good afternoon again. I'd like to just say thank you to the chairperson for the invite. Thank you to the entire body on a whole for the invite to testify on bill number 35-0086. And I would like to just encourage all of the senators and invite you to feel free to reach out to the Division of Personnel, that as you continue to draft future bills, that you feel free to reach out to us for some guidance and necessary information as you draft these bills to make sure they're in alignment and stronger once presented to the floor. So thank you so much.
And thank you, Director. And I must say publicly, I truly thank you and your team for extending that arm to the senators as well with regards to bills. And we could see that if we not rush these bills through and we draft them, if we have key agencies that will be responsible to carry out the duties and responsibilities, then we should reach out to you in advance so that you could have some sort of input so that we don't come here and have like a tug of war. Because we're supposed, although we're 3 separate and co-equal branches of government, we're supposed to be working in tandem for the benefit of the people of the Virgin Islands. So once we come here, we want to have a good dialogue back and forth, and not a dialogue that we like have a tug of war going on, and it's me versus you. All right? So I truly appreciate you extending that olive branch again, and I know that we can count on you at all times. Point of personal privilege, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, only because he called first. Otherwise, I would have said ladies first.
I could yield. That'd be fine.
You're such a gentleman.
Yeah.
Ma'am, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege. Senator Capehart.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank my colleagues. As I mentioned earlier, this bill was vetted in the Committee of Homeland Security and Justice and Public Safety. Legislation that we bring is, our first aim is to improve the quality of life. So I hope with this legislation going forward and it gets a favorable vote, first it had to pass this committee, so I want to thank my colleagues for supporting this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Senate Minority Leader, you recognize?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, thank you to the testifiers for taking the time out. And I would like to also thank you, Mr. Chair, that when we heard this bill first and we decided to hold it in committee, that you kept to your word and you brought it back a couple of weeks later. We did meet. We were able to have some meetings and get an amendment put together. So again, thank you too for sticking to your word, and thank you to my colleagues for supporting the bill and moving it forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, thank you, testifiers, and your team who have supported you in the background. At this time, we will take, it's 2:11, we'll take a 4-minute recess.
is Julius.
The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Thursday, November 9th, 2023 is back on record. Good afternoon again to all. Previously, in the previous blocks, we were able to hear and pass Bill number 35-0175, which establishes an auxiliary communications unit within the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency. And then we also heard and passed Bill number 35-0086 with regards to requiring background checks for all IT personnel and employees of the Bureau of Information Technology and other government officials handling confidential information, which was passed through an amendment in the nature of a substitute. Also, Bill number 35-0131, relating to an act amending the Virgin Islands Code to establish a real-time crime center within the Virgin Islands Police Department. All three measures were vetted and sorry about that. All three measures were vetted and subsequently passed and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee. Now at this time, Madam Clerk, can you read what's up next on the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Public safety update. This update intends to provide an overview of public safety and security on the island of St. John. Officials and community members have been invited to provide testimony in order to facilitate a constructive and collaborative discussion in light of a recent criminal activity reported in St. John. Invited testifiers, Mr. Ray Martinez, Commissioner, VI Police Department, Ms. Sharon Coldren, Volunteer President of the Coral Bay Community Council, Mr. Bob Malakarn, President, St. John Rescue, Mr. Myrtle Berry, Representative, Concerned People of the VI, Mr. Lawrence Redmansing, President, VA Taxi Association. That concludes the reading, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm just checking with media to see if we're still up. I noticed the monitors went down. We're good to go? Okay, thank you. So, testifiers, if you weren't here before or monitoring before, we did receive correspondence from the police commissioner of the executive team's unavailability today. I not only speak for me, but I'm sure I speak for my colleagues, and you'll hear it from them, as well as our disappointment of them not being able to be here. Though the executives are unavailable, you have operators within the police department. We should have at least seen the police chief, the police deputy chief, the commander of the crime prevention unit, or the commander of the St. John zone here. So you have at least 4 positions that could have been here operationally, and I'm truly disturbed that they're not here. I came on a boat this morning and I saw at least 2 of them this morning. So I am a little taken aback that they're not here for this discussion, but we wouldn't let that deter us from having a proper conversation today. This will be the beginning of this conversation, and in January we will be right back here to have this, to continue this discussion. But we definitely wanted to have this discussion leading up into the holiday season, especially seeing what you all have been experiencing thus far. This time, I'll allow from my right to my left, just identify yourself and what organization you represent. If you're just a resident, state that as well. But please put your name and speak directly into the mic so that we can all hear you. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. I'm Sharon Calderon with the Coral Bay Community Council.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Vicki Shadle. I'm the Secretary of the Board of Directors for St. John Rescue. Our president, Bob Malakarn, is off island, and we are here in his place.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Valerie Hewitt. I'm the Executive Director for St. John Rescue.
Thank you, and thank you to both of you for your services, the Island of St. John.
Good afternoon. Myrtle Barry, resident of St. John.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, James Penn Enterprise. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Carmen Wesselhoff Hedrington, citizen, business owner.
And former Senator at Large. Welcome.
And former Senator at Large. Thank you.
Welcome. I believe of those of you at the testifiers table, just one had a prepared testimony, so you may proceed with your testimony. And what we'll do is we'll have a discussion just on the public safety issues here on the island of St. John. And as you want to be recognized for input, you just raise your hand and I'll recognize you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Kenneth Gittens and the senators of the Committee of Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, and all others present. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this hearing. And may I say informally that I too am disappointed that we don't have the police commissioner and others here, because there are many things we would like to ask them that don't get answered. I am Sharon Calderon, the volunteer president of the Coral Bay Community Council, a 501c3 nonprofit organization.
I'm going to ask you to pull the mic closer to you, though. I'm sorry.
Okay, a 501c3 volunteer nonprofit organization serving the people of Coral Bay, also known as CBCC. This month, we are celebrating our 20th anniversary serving the community. In 2003, we started with 200 members providing support to the community and undertaking volunteer activities. And today we have 469 voting members, and we are growing. Over the years, we have collectively delivered with our grants and our residents over $5 million in infrastructure improvements and environmental and other services to our remote community of Coral Bay, in cooperation with federal government agencies, local government agencies, and with residents. Our organization also participates in the St. John Citizen Integration Team, the CIT, a long-standing group that meets monthly with the island administrator, police, and justice officials to discuss safety concerns. For background, CBCC has over time provided people with encouragement to form neighborhood watches, record car licenses, and be openly friendly with all who come in our neighborhoods. We have also occasionally, as warranted, hosted meetings between local business establishments and the police. The well-being of all 1,000 Coral Bay residents and the additional 2,000 or more tourists that visit at most times are a constant priority for CBCC. Of course, the safety of everyone on St. John is equally important. That's another 3,500 to 15,000 people at any given time. Thank you for inviting us to testify on these safety concerns. I'd like to cover a few key points and look forward to potential future discussions about improvements. With over 30 years of personally living here, I could share stories of many individual events, but I'll spare you that. I'm here today to help look for ways we can collectively improve the systems and processes that protect people from injury and crime and make a safer community for the future. I'll start with some basics. Communications. First, we need effective communications tools. Do you know that in Coral Bay, our affordable housing community, and most of the south side along Route 107 does not have functional cell service? Yes, there are workarounds through Wi-Fi, but those don't usually work when WAPA is out. This is a serious issue. Coral Bay needs urgent attention to have full communications where most of our year-round residents and emergency responders live. I know government agencies and partners are working on better emergency and Wi-Fi networks. Please be sure that investment planned in Coral Bay is directed to locations that are underserved rather than locations of convenience. The next thing is traffic safety. St. John used to have plentiful signs and messaging that the top legal speed on St. John was 20 miles per hour, unlike the 35 miles per hour, which is the default speed limit in the Virgin Islands under the VI code. The 20 miles an hour was established with a waiver from the police commissioner sometime in the past, as provided for in the VI code speed limits section. Irma Maria removed all of our road signage, and it seems that this speed limit may have been forgotten. Public Works has replaced a couple of the 20-mile-per-hour signs, but many more are needed, along with messaging and enforcement. The current terrible pothole situation on our roads also makes going slow important. Very few of us on St. John have avoided being hit head-on by a tourist. Only when both vehicles are going slow can you avoid injury when meeting head-on at a blind curve. For those of you who haven't heard me say this before, there are 97 blind curves between Cruz Bay and Coral Bay. St. John also has loose cows, donkeys, sheep, and goats roaming freely on our roads, which, if you're traveling at higher speeds, is more unsafe for the animals and people. Slow speed is doubly critical to avoid injury. Fewer accidents would also free up police for other safety duties. I acknowledge it's not popular among some people to drive slow. They want to make a quick trip to town or work. But it would be worth it for society if everyone could live to be my age or older without suffering the consequences and regrets of a terrible accident. And there have been some on St. John. The next subject is police response and follow-up. In general, we do hear in our organization and around that police officers respond when called via 911. However, it is also generally the case that people feel frustrated because they don't see next steps happening by the police or the Justice Department without continuous prodding, and even then with little success. I don't know if this is true or not, since we don't have much information, but that's the word on the street. The next thing is crime, assaults, personal injury, and worse. It's very hard to get people to report assaults because the victims often feel the effort involved and the feedback they get in the police and justice process is ineffective and demeaning. They don't feel heard or protected. When I was invited to testify, one of our board members wrote out a list of 10 assaults or fatal incidents in the last 2 years on St. John, and the perceptions that nothing is being done by the police or the Justice Department. Also, common feeling is that the public and the victims' families don't know what is happening or get follow-up on incidents. There is frustration. The public hears too many stories that perpetrators aren't arrested or are out on bail or received only parole or lenient sentences, even though they committed violence against others. This perception can also lead people to retaliation or arming themselves as the only available solution. We don't want that either. We want a safe community for all. The standard for police service must be high and accountable to the people. From a CBC board member whose father was a police officer, quote, "While many of these incidents are known to me via word of mouth, Facebook, or directly from the victims, in every community I have lived in, the police are accountable to the public. They are required to keep the public safe and informed accurately about crimes in the community. On St. John, there is an overall feeling that nothing will be done anyway, which does not deter criminals from acting. This is our fundamental fear. They will continue because there is no reason not to." Next, crimes against property. House and car break-ins and car thefts. They happen. Some get reported and some don't. On St. John, we like to think that the perpetrators come from St. Thomas, particularly when it happens in September and October, which has historically been our worst house break-in time in Coral Bay, presumably because some people are laid off from work in the slow time. But in reality, we don't know who commits these crimes. It could be our neighbors' teenagers, it could be others who live here, or even visitors. So if crimes are reported, the police come out, fingerprints are taken, then what happens? Stolen cars are often found via Facebook or friends driving around, but some aren't recovered or are wrecked. It would be helpful to have some kind of public reporting beyond press releases, which have not always been helpful or accurate. Also, since it seems likely that the sale of stolen goods like TVs, electronics, or cars would take place in the larger St. Thomas marketplace, is there an active police process to have car barge surveillance? We don't know. Armed robbery, the things that really scare us. These happen, including one in broad daylight at a prominent jewelry store in Cruz Bay last season, right in mid-season, apparently with a getaway car. How could they not have been apprehended given our limited road system? We all wonder. What efforts have the investigators made? How are our systems failing? How could they be improved? There have to be some answers, and I hope that they're being discussed, but none of us see any of that evidence. And as the public, we should see something. Drug availability. Drugs are sold openly. I am told there are still open sales of drugs in Cruz Bay on the street in front of the police station by the school, offered to tourists who are sometimes shocked. Open sales in Coral Bay, too. Why wouldn't local and FBI undercover agents pose as tourists making buys easily stop these sales? Is it because the legal consequences of being caught make individual, which are small, make individual sales of illegal drugs so lenient it's not worth the police effort? As citizens, we would really like the small ones taken care of so that the people would decide it might be better to get a job than sit there and sell drugs. I don't know, but with the risks of fentanyl and other poisonings, the dealers should be pushed off the streets. This should not be a way to make easy money, and it is right now, and has been for a long time. Illegal immigration and drug boats. At times in the recent past, there have been speedboats and fast dinghies that smuggle people and drugs from the BVI and St. Martin into Coral Bay and probably other USVI ports. We see these activities from our homes up in the hills. They're easily visible surrounding the bay, and we wonder. We see them on a semi-regular schedule. We wonder why police and law enforcement aren't able to easily see them too. This reduces our overall confidence in police and law enforcement when these things happen repeatedly in a patterned way. We'd like both the police and Customs and Border Patrol to look at these things in plain sight and stop them. Mental illness. This is a complex issue that I won't attempt to cover, except to say the following with respect to public safety and violence. Over the course of 30 years I've lived in Coral Bay, we have almost always had at least one person who spends the majority of their time out in the public but is suffering from mental illness that makes them hostile to engaging in normal interactions with strangers. This is dangerous for everyone. We who live here learn how to avoid interaction, we warn tourists, we try to balance our desire to be kind with our need for personal safety. Visitors or someone having a bad day or someone who doesn't see this person hanging out near the store or trash drop-off can end up in a very scary argument and dangerous situation. These are daily occurrences in Coral Bay and probably Cruz Bay and any of our Virgin Islands communities. But as I look back over the decades here in Coral Bay, this never ends well. Someone gets badly hurt and even dead. Please, let's find a way to break the pattern with positive actions to help the individuals and relieve their mental pain before they end up on the street as they do now, and keep all people safe from violence. This is our societal responsibility. And moving on then to crime reporting and the process in the Department of Justice. What does a person on St. John have to do to pursue getting someone charged with a crime when the assailant is known? Often over the years, I have heard from people that they were told they had to go to the Justice Department on St. Thomas to get charges filed for assault, rape, or other crimes of violence. And they had to wait to do that until they had a written police report, which takes days because it has to be handled on St. Thomas, I think, before it becomes available at the Cruz Bay Police Station. And that is assuming it's available at the front desk in the station or somebody knows about it, after you have found a place to park in Cruz Bay if you came from Coral Bay. People lose a work day or more as the victim. I'm aware I don't know the current system well. I haven't had to do it myself. But people tell me they don't want to do it when we suggest that they do. But I would like to suggest that opportunities be explored to improve the process and publicize these improvements so that more crimes will be reported, charged, and convicted. And this, in turn, might publicly highlight the risks of committing crimes and reduce crime. Another possible positive step would be emailing or texting complete crime reports back to victims quickly. Another would be having a Justice Department employee come to St. John weekly if there's a requirement of contact, and or make it possible to interact virtually to complete the charging process. You may have better ideas or other ideas from your experience. We would really like to ask that you undertake helping to improve this system. Thank you very much for listening and for this opportunity to share public concerns. I hope it will create some additional opportunities to discuss improvements that will be visible to the general public on St. John and increase people's sense of public safety and security and protection by the police and the justice system. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that testimony. We're going to take an exact 2-minute recess, so don't move from your seats. Just 2 minutes recess. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety is back on record. Again, thank you, Ms. Coldren. Did I pronounce that correctly? Thank you for your testimony, and she is the volunteer president of the Coral Bay Community Council. In her testimony, as you remember, she covered several areas of communications, traffic safety, the police response and follow-up. She spoke about crime in the various areas and the alleged open sales of illegal contraband, robberies, and even illegal immigration and watercrafts coming into the area, and also covered mental illness and accountability process of the Department of Justice. And I want to also thank you for even the suggestions that you made, because you not only stated what the problems are, but you also made some suggestions. So next up, we'll hear from the representatives of St. Croix Rescue, and then we'll move on towards my left. I'm sorry, what did I say, St. Thomas?
St. Croix.
Oh, St. Croix? Okay.
It's okay.
Y'all are honorary Crucians. St. John Rescue, you may proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation.
Make sure that mic is all the way up to you. Yeah.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation to be here today. And Sharon, thank you for the lengthy information that you provided. All of it was very relevant. I represent St. John Rescue as the secretary on the board of directors. And for those of you who are not familiar with St. John Rescue, we are a volunteer organization, and we support fire, EMS, VIPD, Homeland Security, and the Coast Guard in responding as backup support when called upon. So we are called on many different situations, and it may come from...
Media, can I get a little amplification on that mic, please? Okay. Thank you. Media? Go ahead.
It may be a call for CPR on one of the national park beaches. It may be for a assistance for a heat exhaustion or a cardiac arrest on one of the trails. And it may be to help with a migrant situation where there are migrants that have been pushed out into the sea, and they are in distress in the water or on the land. And so we have quite a bit of experience in responding to all of those situations. One of the big things that Sharon mentioned, and it's a problem across the island, is the communication structure. In many cases, it's very difficult to communicate even with radio service, so let alone cell service. And so the communication situation across the island can be, it's the number one thing I feel like we have to fix, because when we can't communicate with one another, it makes it that much harder to know who is responding and where people are in that response, and how soon, advanced support will get there. So communication situations, especially on the remote East End and that Calabash area where Sharon talked about, is important. And I think also in coordination, and I think Val was going to talk about the coordination that we could use with 911.
So our response time is very difficult for us.
Identify yourself first.
Sorry. Good afternoon. I'm Valerie with St. John Rescue. I'm the executive director. I'm also a responder for St. John Rescue. The most difficult thing that we have is our response time. We have 25 members spread throughout the whole island, from Cruise Bay all the way to the East End. We always have a radio on us. We always know what's happening. A lot of times we don't really get called until 5 minutes in, 6 minutes in. Those minutes are very crucial because, especially in a cardiac related issue, we just had an incident where one of our responders was literally next door to a cardiac related thing, and we're not allowed to go until 911 allows us to leave. So we have to call 911, and then they have to go through a cycle to be able to release us, which causes a lot of issues. The thing that we wanted to try to kind of push was, if there is any type of cardiac related issue, is to allow St. John Rescue to go so we can better assist fire and EMS and get there quicker, because sometimes fire and EMS takes a while to get there because it is all over the place.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Gittens and everyone present. Thank you for the opportunity to speak out on crime on St. John. It's at an all-time high, and it is scary because it's happening. It seems to be more regularly than ever. One of my major concerns is the road down there by the street by Longboard to the post office. I will say allegedly you can get what you want on that street.
I'm sorry, did you identify yourself again?
Myrtle Barry, resident of St. John.
Okay.
So I was awarded a ticket on that street, which I rolled to a very, very slow and did not stop. But I think that it would be good, since officers are crime stoppers, crime fighters, for them to employ that amount of concern and presence in solving other crimes. Okay? So on that street needs to be patrolled. It's not hidden. Everyone in the territory knows, the VIPD know, and I am not pleased that there is not a representative from the VIPD present. That's one of the reasons why people don't give the VIPD feedback in certain things, because you have to become a team player. You have to become a team player. You have to win the public trust, and you have to, know what to be confidential about. So that's one of my major concerns. I have a business, I have a home, and this place is not what it used to be. We have transient, but we also have different population of people. It's a mix of people that are here, and it's very hard to identify who is who. And so if we don't get this crime situation put a lid on it, it's going to continue to escalate, because the bad guys feel like they're winning, and they're confident that we can get away with stuff on St. John. I had also the rare opportunity to work with a rape victim, and I feel that that party was left out in the cold, because it's very difficult for them to come forward. And when they came forward, there was no feedback as to, was there an apprehension? Was there not? What is the status of the case? And I feel that that too would provide the necessary bonding between the public and the VIPD. If that they are concerned, but they also reach out to say, we got this far on the case, we didn't get a solution, but say something, because then the party is like, what really happened? And is that person really safe? They're not going to feel safe. So those are what I'm really concerned. And these robberies that are happening, whether at gunpoint, they're very bold. They don't care if it's daylight or night. They're very bold with it. So we got to get bold with them. And I am very concerned of this little island named St. John, my home, born and raised, and I'm very, very concerned about the safety factor and here on the island.
Thank you, Ms. Barry. Next up, Mr. Penn. I was trying to see what title to give you.
All right, good afternoon. My name is James Penn. I represent James Penn Enterprise. And this young lady called me on the phone today, tell me I need to be here to know what's going on and stuff like that. So
she called the ambassador.
My problem is nobody could tell me nothing about St. John and what's going on with St. John, because I live right in the heart of St. John, which is 2 minutes right next to this building, over 50 years. Okay? I know all the police, all the lieutenants stuff now. And now we have a meeting tonight, this afternoon, for the public safety. Public safety is 2 seconds away from us. We have 1 police in this building. That's ridiculous. I don't want to hear that. So you, the senators, you, everybody put it there and stuff like that. Right now, I have right next to this building, across the street, they have a light that we give the police to put up. And my family is willing to go and take it down now, because we go to the police station when something happens, you talk about it, you do everything, nobody come back and say nothing. The people lay down on top of the thing for the air condition, you walk at the police and make thing nothing. And this is serious business, need to be stopped. We have about 12 police cars, and 4 police come to work in the night. Sometimes you see them, sometimes you don't see them. Okay? I represent at the Western Hotel over 40 years now, doing taxi and everything right there. And some night ago, one of my driver and the passengers get hauled up at gunpoint, robbed and everything. And up to now, nothing to do about it. We got robbery right here, next to this building, high day, with the same light that we put up. Nothing. We need it to stop. You know, we need a new hand. We're trying to make right now, as I stand, a meeting with the lieutenant governor, that he come up and say, because when you talk to the police, nobody care. Okay? I know what's going on. I don't want to walk with a gun. I put it away from me. Now, like I said, I know what's good and what's bad. I've been jailed in Cuba for 19 days, rice, bread, and water. 50 years ago, August 4th, I was come from Cuba to represent and bring the ferry boats to here that we could run to bring you back and forth from St. Thomas to here. And this is the result we get. It needs to stop, and you senators need to help us. Please help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Penn. Senator, former Senator.
Good afternoon again, Carmen Wesselhoff Hedrington, resident and business owner. I echo everything that Myrtle Barry and the other testifier said. First of all, let me back up. Thank you, Senator Gittins, for this meeting and all the other senators that are present. What's happening in St. John is very, very unsettling. About 2-3 years ago, my brother was kidnapped at gunpoint. To this date, nothing hasn't been done about it. It hasn't been solved. About a year ago, right next door to me, my mom's house, 10 o'clock in the morning, was robbed. Same brother, because he's a business owner. They are looking, they check in to see who have business, they check in to see where you're going with your money. Is getting real unsettling. The problem that I have, it's a lack of police officers. It's a shortage. Right now, we have one detective on the island that's trying to solve all these crimes. I don't think we have an investigator. When there is a crime or whatever, you have to wait for forensic to come from St. Thomas. We don't have the proper staffing at our police station and St. John. Last night was, I believe, the first in a long time I saw so many police officers walking the beat. They were walking round and round St. John. It's the first I've seen it in a long time. Like Mr. Penn said, we have a lot of police cars, but we don't have police officers. Sometimes we have 2. One to the desk, God knows where the other one is. We have a serious shortage of police, and the criminals, they are very much aware of it. And they, like Ms. Barry said, it doesn't matter what time of day. The robbery at my mother's house was 10 o'clock in the morning. The robbery at the Westin Hotel was 9:30 at night. Some night ago, there was a robbery 1 in the morning. The thief in cars, people are still leaving keys in cars, and they're doing robberies with stolen cars. So it's a lot of things, and it's not one taxi driver that was robbed on St. John. It's 2, actually. There was one sitting on the lookout, and he was robbed. So it's really unsettling what's going on St. John. We need more police presence. We need more investigators. We need our police to drive around the island more often, not just in Cruz Bay. And I think one of the other problems, I do not think our officers are very familiar with the island. St. John, over the years, we have changed the name of our streets. We have changed the name of everything on St. John, so sometimes they get confused as to where they're going. But they don't even know the island. I just see you graduated a new class. I'm seeing new faces. But something needs to be done to educate our police officers where the locations are on St. John. 911 needs to step up to the plate, because when you call 911, sometimes they ask you 20 questions that you have to answer before an officer starts traveling. That's another problem. But St. John, last night, I'm a part-time taxi driver, and I drove some guests last night, and the first question is, St. John still safe? About a week ago, another person showed me a text from some guests in the West End that said they were supposed to go and babysit, and they canceled it because they said they don't feel safe going out because of the recent robberies. If this doesn't come to a halt, we're in trouble on St. John. Tourism is our main industry. And if this spreads like wildfire on the mainland, there are other options and other places for people to travel to, and we are going to lose on St. John. And we can't afford to lose our number one product. So we are seriously asking for public safety. I don't know what plan is in place, but there must be a plan. Somebody must be planning something to help us on St. John. It's very unsettling. Taxi drivers, every taxi driver is trying to get firearms now. But our firearm is nothing compared to what they have. This taxi driver was robbed with machine guns. Machine gun. I'm licensed, but you know what the taxi driver told me? Don't even show it. Give them what they asked for, because your life is more important, because they came with machine guns. So it's really, really, really uncomfortable on St. John. We used to ride around, feel comfortable all hours of the night. Last night there was a guest wanted me to take her to Cinnamon Bay. I tell you the gospel truth. I told her I couldn't do it. I was in fear of going on that road by myself, because I don't know what I'm going to meet 9, 10 o'clock in the night. And I believe in providing service. But at the same time, I'm in fear of driving some of these roads in the night because of what's going on St. John. So if we don't put a stop to it now, the criminals, they feel that they're winning. They're laughing at us. They're laughing at public safety because they're doing it any time of the day. So we are here asking and pleading for your help for public safety, and I echo public safety. The police station is right next door. Even if they sent an officer, we would have been happy, but not even one representative. So it makes us feel like they're not concerned. So we're pleading and we're asking for your help and for public safety to please, let's get this crime situation under control. It's really out of control. Thank you.
Thank you, former Senator Wesselhoff. You know, as I sit here and I listen to you, I felt like a little deflated. And while you were fearful of taking those individuals to the other end of the island last night, I want to say thank you to the 6 of you who were brave enough to come here today, and let's have a discussion to start on public safety here in the Island District of St. John. This is known as Love City. It has been known as, to many, one of the best places to travel to. What's really going on? I tell you, from the time my office started feeling those calls with regards to public safety here and St. John, and us saying we were supposed to have a hearing on St. John already, and we decided to have it here. I mean, all this came to mind as we hear people talking about the open drug sales, the crime that's taking place just blatantly right here. You talk about all the police cars that's parked there and hardly anyone there. I've got the text messages and the phone calls at nights, late at nights, saying, Senator, this is critical, you know. we hardly have anybody, or whatever the case may be. I don't even want to speak the numbers because I don't want to jeopardize anything, but it is rather concerning. And I remembered one time, I can't remember what city or state it was, but this one officer in the middle of his shift decided he's going to turn his badge and his gun into his shift supervisor and say, my life is worth more than me going out here every night by myself and you guys not addressing this manpower situation. I'm going, I will secure my family. And he resigned right in the middle of his tour of duty. Now, I don't care where in the nation you go, you're going to always have that shortage. But at some point, we have to look at our deployment and come up with another strategy. We got to do what's right for the safety and well-being of those that's protecting us and for the community. And again, that's why I'm so disappointed that our law enforcement officers are not here to just have a discussion. It's not an indictment on the agency, but we wanted to have a discussion. We wanted to share ideas and whatnot. But again, this is not the last. So have no fear. We will continue to have this discussion. I'm going to open the floor up to my colleagues. I'm hearing all the breathing going on over here, so they too want to speak, and I will allow them to do so. Senator Bolkes Jr., you're recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the testifying panel today for your words. It is disheartening and a bit dissatisfying to not see a representative from the Virgin Islands Police Department here. I have been keeping tabs on this. I wrote a letter to the Commissioner of Police on October 21st concerning addressing the recent spike in armed robberies here on St. John. It was a very detailed letter. I shared it with the committee members a few days ago. I never got a response from the Commissioner. I'm a bit appalled at how things are going when it comes to the reaction of the department here on St. John. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't understand their challenges. They're operating in a station that is up for retrofitting and updates. There's a lot of things in that station that are not functioning. They're dealing with issues with leaks. The roof is bad. They're supposed to move over to where the former Chase Bank used to be. But we have an issue here when it comes to the additional officers, an additional facility of that, even if it's a modular facility in Coral Bay at least. We need to have our officers dispatched, spread out across the island in order to react faster. Because if something happens in Coral Bay, it's going to take at least 15 to 20 minutes to get out there. And that could be detrimental to someone's life. A lot of my questions are actually for VIPD. I did not necessarily have questions for the panel. However, I will reiterate some of what Ms. Caldron has mentioned that I thought was very important concerning the response and follow-up. We should be able to get a response from criminal cases, whether it's information that is shared for public ingestion concerning the status of a case. It's disheartening to hear that you have experienced that there's been no follow-up. Could you share with us on some incidences that has occurred?
Well, I am reacting to other people telling me that because of their incidences that they did not get follow-up. And having that happen, and when they hear from their friends that there weren't follow-up, then when I get a call, because I was in Florida recently, I got a call in Florida from somebody about an incident that happened, letting me know about it. And I'm saying, well, will you call the police? No, I'm not going to call the police. And that's pretty frustrating. I personally got in touch with the police privately, and they said they couldn't, and I got the response, can't do anything about it unless they
1 minute.
Unless
Noted,
they do.
noted. And-
So
and
I mean, I can't really provide you with things that I know personally about, except for people telling me it's not worth it anymore.
I understand.
To do it.
And when it comes to infrastructure, if I can call it that, unlike St. Thomas and St. Croix, whereas we have stoplights on those islands that are now being retrofitted with cameras that are able to read license plates or see accidents as they happen, and perhaps even in some particular cases get footage of an incident that may be criminal related. We don't have stoplights here on St. John. So that technology is not something that we can partake in based on our geographic layout. But the department is going to have to be proactive in finding ways on how to try to be able to sort of survey, on a sense of surveillance, concerning the safety of our people here on St. John. Because
Time.
if we lose our tourism, as mentioned by the former senator at large, we're going to see a lot more problems coming down the pipeline. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Balkis Jr. Senator, I'm sorry. You may respond, former Senator Wesselhoff.
I just would like to ask a question, and I guess it's a question for public safety, but I'd like to put it on the record. We have these thing like boxes that's supposed to be cameras stationed in different places on the island. I'm curious to know if they even work, because they have one at the roundabout. There's one right here in Cruz Bay. As a matter of fact, right on the corner across from where the gentleman get robbed at gunpoint at the jewelry store, there's one right there stationed. So I'd like to know what's the purpose of them and if they're actually working. And if we don't have street lights, if they are working, if they do work, if they can be placed other places on the island.
Thank you. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. You know, I am really, really very much upset to see that police ain't show up. I only spent 26 years of my life as a police here in the Virgin Islands. I worked St. John, you know, but I came up in the 80s in a time where I would have to say we are fearless. The issues where the night, I'm happy for the night. I going to be out hunting like everybody else who out there hunting. I hunting for them. But we're in different times where the criminal has changed also. But, you know, I don't want to try to speak on behalf of VIPD because I'm not a police anymore. But having been a police, I'd like to pass on information in regards to the public. When we're seeing that we're depending on the police and we are being beaten down, the first thing to do is what's being done here today. So thank you to you, to everyone here who came and took the mic and spoke and speak up. That's the first thing. We're going to let the people know we're not going to be silent on this. You know, thank you to the people who are here to show support. We're not going to be silent on this. The body system, you know, looking out for their neighbors, that's what we got to start doing. You know, those who have camera systems and stuff, who can afford the camera systems, maybe some camera systems could be turned a little more to show a street. Rather than your yard alone, it might show a street, it may show a vehicle passing by, they might be able to help your neighbor. You know, radios on, cutting back on bush and stuff around your houses, changing some of your patterns in terms of when you go home, when you leave your house. The night has set in a lot faster now, so doing what you have to do and getting off the streets before. But again, the body system. Until police departments step up to what they're supposed to be doing, we can't wait. Because like you said, you went last night and you were scared. You were fearful. I think if you're fearful, stay home. Make a plan for yourself home. That again, you know, you have to notify individuals. Do that. Going to ATM machine and different things to get money out. Going to the banks. Go with people. You know, change up your patterns. Because crime has to do with opportunity. If the opportunity presents itself, people are going to do what is day or night. the opportunity presents itself, people are going to take advantage. To the people who are robbed and the things, again, on behalf of the Virgin Islands as a government official, I'm very sorry, I apologize. We don't want that for any division, any jurisdiction, any island, for that to be taking place. But again, absent the police, which they are here today, absent, I'm totally frustrated. Like I say, 26 years I spent as a police, and to not be here, to have someone to even take notes.
1 minute.
Is very appalling and very scary. But the people don't lay down. That's number one. And you're showing by being here. We ain't laying down for nobody. But again, don't be stupid. Somebody pull a gun on you to rob you, give them everything except your life. Defend your life at all costs. But I'm just saying that because, again, I would rather they get everything you have and you here to complain about it and nothing happens than to complain about it or can be have the chance to complain about it. So the things that happen or are happening shouldn't be happening. I'm always willing to give advice as a police and stuff. I retired as deputy chief of police, but again, it's for the people who are here, who took the chance, who standing up. Let's get together, and protest if we have to protest. Come out and make noise, demonstrate, block the street, let them come move us. So we're gonna have our day. But that's why I was, and again, peaceful protest. I'm not inciting any violence or anything, but I'm saying if we got to come out together and we block the road so traffic don't pass, let's do it. And when you're going to do it, let me know. I'm willing to be a part of that, because if that's what it takes, that's what we're going to do as the people until the government do what they're supposed to do. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senate Minority Leader and former Deputy Chief. And as you were speaking, I was thinking back on a couple of things that was said. And one of the things was from former Senator at Large Wesselhoff as well, about having to wait for forensics to come from St. Thomas to St. John. I know that we're short. Again, that's why I always talk about a redeployment strategy plan. We have to re-strategize. But in our day as well, which wasn't too long ago, and the good minority leader might have been deputy chief at that point or just a little before, but I remember when we mandated that officers were trained in basic forensic operations, where we actually assigned forensic officers on St. John at least 8 to 4 and 4 to 12, or at least cover mid-morning into mid-evening, and even had traffic investigation officers here on St. John. I'm not sure what's happening, but we need to get back to basics. And even the part about first responders seemingly not knowing the island. In my time of coming out in the police department, before I drove in a car, you had to walk and know the beat, know every street in town by name, and know every business owner before you convince a commander that you could get in a car. This worked. We couldn't understand it in the beginning, but it worked, because by the time you got in a car now, all the other little criminal activity that you're talking about that may happen now in a residential area, such as a burglary, a hit-and-run accident or something, by the time that officer now gets in a car and go to have to investigate one of these incidents, you might have a citizen that recognizes you from walking the beat in town and say, Officer Coldren, when you get a chance, just see me. I don't want to have to talk to you here in front of everybody. And just because of that connection of you knowing Officer Coldren from down in town, you're able to pass on the needed information to that officer, and they're able to solve whatever the problem was. That's how you connect the dots. So we got to get back to basics. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you very kindly, Mr. Chair, and warm greetings to all the testifiers, Sharon, Vicky, Valerie, Miss Barry, Mr. Penn, Carmel Wesselhoff. You know, I summed up the concerns, mainly from the testifier, Miss Sharon Calderon, on it's several areas, and, I feel your pain. I used to get robbed all the time, too. That's why I end up having 5 dogs. One time they robbed me twice in a day. Burglarized, yes. I feel the pain with your comments about the police confidence, lack of police confidence. And it's unfortunate they're not here. But, community policing, the police must have confidence in the community, or the police are not going to be able to do their job effectively. They must be able to gather the information from the community. Actually today, just now, a few moments ago, this committee here, we acted on the Real-Time Crime Center bill, which will provide more access, surveillance, recognition, new technologies. Of course, that's not going to help you right now. But I think, and Mr. Chair, I have to congratulate you for holding this meeting, but we're acting on it, and I know the Justice Department follow-up, that's a concern. This committee, again, has oversight for justice. The contraband, the selling of the stuff on Long Bread Road over there by the post office, the fentanyl, those are concerns. Road signs, that's another issue, and the cell phones, communication in the Calabash area. I think those are things that we can solve now that you've enumerated your concerns. I think the committee can definitely solve those. But the confidence that VIPD needs by them not showing up to this meeting further aggravates the concerns, because they are giving us the message, they are giving me the message that these issues that our St. John residents have are not all that important. Like the chairman mentioned, even if the commissioner, Ray Martinez, cannot be here, and I'm sure he could not be here, the VIPD is a big department. There's several assistants. Mr. Penn mentioned, and I think Carmen Westhoff mentioned, there's adequate resources. They have, 12 cars or something like that up here, but sometimes they only have 2 to 4 police officers. So I hear your concerns, and we're going to have to act on it. The issues with the mental health is definitely a issue that, me being the chair of Health Hospitals and Human Services, we have to address. As a matter of fact, right here in the clinic in town, we used to have a mental health person there, and recently we have not, the Department of Health has not had it there. So there's issues, there's real concerns. We have to address them. Some of them, like a road sign, is something that can easily be done. Just put it back up. The goats, as a matter of fact, just this morning I heard about the goats up there by the Myra Keaton Clinic. So I know these animals on the road. They was just telling me about that just today. I was talking to the senator at large, I asked him, listen, I got a goat stew plan in November. Maybe I can talk to the owner and get one of them goats. I love mutton. Stew mutton is one of my favorite, meals. So it's on a serious note. It's very, very, very concerning, what is going on here. And by the VIPD not showing up, it even lends more credence because in solving crimes, and a lot of it is, I've heard they're not following up. You don't know what's going on. Victims don't want to report, all of these things. Even Mr. Penn mentioned that he wanted to put up a street light, and it seems like he have to go all the way through all sorts of channels just to put up a street light. And I would also imagine that even you have the same problems with WAPA and the lights. WAPA, the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, is, we're suffering from this that I call this power gone again, yeah. The lights are always gone in this place, the lights would be a problem. So all of these things are very important. The taxi drivers being robbed, the boat persons being located, they're following you, they know that, you may have collected something. This is not good. So, Mr. Chair, I think, I am here and willing, and anytime you're ready to have any further hearings, I'm here, and I'm sure all of the committee members will do what we can to address and to continue these issues, because they're not all difficult. It's just basically people doing their jobs. That's what, the VIPD and the Department of Justice, etc., are being paid for. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I return to the chair the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And just so that the other residents in the other districts know, we'll be doing this. This is the first of a series. This one is on St. John. We will be doing one on St. Croix and St. Thomas, and we're definitely going to be returning to St. John with the first responders. All right? Senator Johnson, I haven't recognized you yet. Yes. You're recognized for your 4 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I first want to applaud all of you who came here bravely to testify, because they look like the cowards are the cops. They ain't had the balls to come inside here today and talk, just even listen to you. But I'm really fed up of keep coming to these hearings and Ray Martinez not showing up. Have any of you guys ever met Commissioner Ray Martinez? None of y'all. You have met him. You meet him in St. John? Wow. You must have had a special plane to bring him here. This is about the 4th time Commissioner Ray Martinez have been invited to Homeland Security and Justice and have not showed up. And Mr. Chair, if we're going to go on with these meetings, I am not going on with a meeting unless Ray Martinez and his team is subpoenaed. I'm not going to waste my time. I got up on this morning, catch a plane from St. Croix, a 7:50 plane, get on St. Thomas, catch a boat 9 o'clock to come up here. Ray Martinez lives right across there. And he can't show up to listen to the residents of this territory when crime is rampant all over this place. It's a shame. You have a commissioner. You have 2 assistant commissioners. You have 2 chiefs. You have a deputy chief. You have 2 captains. And you tell me not one person in this chamber? Not one? It's a disgrace. When Ray Martinez wanted this job, he called my office and came to my office 3 times for my support. Today I can't get a commissioner on my phone. 3 times he come in my office to ask me to support him. It's the worst vote I ever make being in the Senate. The worst one. I say it without fear, because people shouldn't have to live like this. Yes, there might be shortage, but there must be strategy put in place. Your presence have to be felt. When the leader of the police department don't even send one representative here, it tell me we need a new commissioner. If he's retired on the job, submit your retirement and leave. Let someone run the place. We cannot live like this. I don't accept this. And Mr. Chair, I'm dead serious about this. If we're going to have any more hearings, henceforth with Commissioner Ray Martinez, it's by subpoena. Because we've called him 4 times already. He came to this legislature, in this 35th legislature, for budget hearing, and he came for the real crime ID, something that he support. He have never came again. You have sent representative a couple times, but he himself have never sat here. I only questioned Ray Martinez 1 time. And that's when we voted to make him commissioner. But I said, he sent his friends, he sent everybody, because I didn't have the confidence, and I should have stick to what his heart and minds tell me, because I won't be regretful today saying this to you. I'm the fault why he's there, because I voted for him. And he have failed us. I will say it, he have failed us. Where is he today? People is living in fear. People, a taxi driver can't even carry out somebody because, and you're right, safety has to come first. And you're right, my brother here. If somebody come, give them what they ask for. But should you have to continue living in this fear when we're paying thousands of dollars? The average policeman make $200,000. The average in overtime. Yes, we are short-staffed. I accept that and I respect that. But we got to do better. I've said this before, and I got pretty much came after when I said, how much tickets does they give out making $200,000? And an officer said to me, oh, you don't like us. I don't got time for playing games. I speak it as I see it. And I don't have time for having fear. I've been there, done that. These guys arrest them, I lock them up. I did 20 years working in the Bureau of Correction. And I feel you all pain here today. When you all come here and speak about all your experience, you offer to put up a light on the property for security reasons, and you catching hell trying to help secure your home. What are we saying to our people? People showing cameras. I have individuals continuously calling me with issues after issues. And I'm calling the commissioner, and I call Chief Santos in St. Croix and can't get a response.
Time.
So your problems are not just here in St. John. It's in the Virgin Islands as a whole. And if we don't step up our game, then where do we exist? How do we exist? Tourism is our number 1. And if we don't protect us first, who can we protect? We have to make sure the residents of this territory live safely first and foremost. And if we can live safe, then everyone else will come here and be safe. But Mr. Chair, I'm saying it to you for the 3rd time. If we're going to call any more hearing with Commissioner Ray Martinez, it has to be by subpoena. Let's make the motion. Let's make it happen. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I motion, Mr. Chair.
You recognize for a motion, Senator Johnson.
Mr. Chair, I move that Mr. Ray Martinez, Commissioner of Public Safety, and all responsible persons in that agency be subpoenaed to our next and every hearing that we have involving Homeland Security and involving public safety. Public safety especially. To the next hearing. I so move.
Motion to subpoena Police Commissioner Ray Martinez and his staff at the next scheduled public safety hearing has been properly moved by Senator Franklin D. Johnson, second by Senator Bolkes, Senator DeGraff, Senator Heiliger, and Vice Chair Senator Fonseca. So ordered, and we will notify the proper entity within the legislature to prepare those. All right, I'm overstepping. Madam Clerk, let's do a vote. I didn't hear any objections, so I was going to just so order it, but let's do it the proper way and have the vote. Madam Clerk, roll call on the motion to subpoena Police Commissioner Ray Martinez and his staff.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Senator Angel Bocas Jr. Senator Bocas Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Javon James Sr. Senator Javon James Sr. absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yay. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
So at this time, the motion has been moved, seconded, and voted upon favorably, and will be forwarded to legal counsel to prepare, and the President's office to prepare the proper documentation. Point of personal privilege, and then we move to Senator Francis Heiliger. You recognize Senator Johnson.
Thank you.
Senator,
Thank you very much again for this opportunity. I can recall, and I had to bring this out, me and Senator Graff raised some $30,000 to do gun buyback. And we've been doing these gun buyback, and it's been very fruitful getting some of these guns off the street. But from the day Mr. Ray Martinez became commissioner, we have about maybe $20,000 left. We have not gotten a chance to do this, and we have asked him. And every time there's a reason why it can't happen. Business people donated $30,000. Prior to Ray Martinez, we did about 3 or 4 gun buybacks. 2 on the island of St. Croix, 2 on the island of St. John, and St. Thomas, sorry. And we can't make a next one and can't get to St. John yet because the commissioner have not stepped up to the plate to utilize donated money by business people in this community to do something to try start. So not that we haven't been trying. We go to any avenues that we can. Law enforcement, president, law enforcement, I'm law enforcement, and we'll do everything that we could. And if we need to get next commissioner, so that be it. But I can't sit here quiet and not say what I have to say, and I have no fear about this. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Francis Heiliger? Yes, I know. We finally got to you. You're recognized for your time, ma'am.
I have been sitting here begging God, Alma, please behave. Because I don't think y'all know how I feel just listening to this conversation. And, you know, we spend a lot of time as elected politicians with this political correctness nonsense and not really listening to the people that we're supposed to be representing. And when I heard the conversations today about the rape and the people even fearful of going down roads and machine guns, and I'm sitting here and I'm saying, we're not even being respected to have someone to sit here and have a conversation, not only with the people that are elected, but the very people they're supposed to be serving. And that bothers me, and not in a good way. You know, we could sit here and blame Mr. Martinez all we want, but I'd have a different mindset. I'd go straight for the boss. In 2018, we had an individual, our governor, moved around this community and said, change course now. That's what he said. He said, I could come in and run this executive branch and make the Virgin Islands better. I can't really say I see that happening. Because when you have an employee, the buck's to stop with the boss. And the only person that Mr. Martinez has to respond to is the governor of these Virgin Islands. And if you keep hearing the people crying and saying, we need help, and if you as the executive branch executor who asked for this man to set out your agenda, and you keep hearing that we having problems, and you're not even stepping in and saying, look, why are you not at the legislature? Why is your people not here? Why am I hearing so much complaints? Because if I was the executor of the executive branch, the buck would stop with me. We have to stop blaming the wrong people. Okay? I know some of my colleagues say they're disappointed. I'm disgusted. I'm not mincing words. This is disgusting, it's disrespectful, and it's dangerous. Period, point blank. The police department in St. John is right next door. For those of you that don't have a clue, it is literally 5 steps away from this building. I could walk, the building right next door is the Virgin Islands Police Department in St. John. And nobody's in these chambers to speak to the people of this territory. To say, listen, we could improve, we could change. These are some of the issues we have in. These are our problems. Even alleviate the concerns of the people sitting right there. We have to step away from this political nonsense and make it about the people. This is crazy. I literally feel like my entire body is burning just hearing the message that y'all put out here today. And I'm angry. And I'm trying to be nice because I'm on TV. And I'm being honest. I'm really trying to stay within some level of decorum because we have to expect better of our leaders. And the governor of the Virgin Islands, who is Mr. Martinez's boss, should expect better of the people he asked to put out his agenda. And if they're not doing it correctly, we need to step up and say, listen, you ain't doing the job on behalf of the people. We need somebody that's going to execute. Period, point blank. We always kicking the can down the road. Oh, we can't talk about this. That's that person. That person ain't gonna vote for you. I don't care. When I got elected, it was to protect the people of this territory. Nothing else. We have to get away from these nonsense and focus on the people. None of you should be sitting here. I'm not gonna sit here. Mr. Chair, could I just wrap up quickly?
You may.
I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that crime doesn't happen. You're looking at a woman who somebody came to my home that I grew up in and murdered my brother downstairs in his apartment. That's who you're looking at. So I fully understand how crime affects us. But what I also expect is improvement. I expect change. When one of the individuals spoke about crimes happening and you don't even get a response, that is one of the sickest things that happen to people in this territory. And I mean it happens for everything. You could get robbed going to the police department, nobody spits on you after that. You could get, nobody calls back. You could go in and put in 100 reports, you get nothing back. And you turn around and tell the same community, come trust us. Communicate with us, tell us tell me what you see or say. You really think that's gonna happen? You have 6 people came out here to talk to this community today, to tell us our problems, and our police say, I could care less, me coming. And that's what we want for ourselves as a people. That's what we want for ourselves as a community. We have to push back. It's 15 of us in here elected to represent us. But it's up to the people in this territory to push back and fight for themselves as well. You have to stand up when people are doing you wrong. You have to. We can't do it on our own. Every single person that could hear me, call government house, send a letter, send an email. Something has to be done. We cannot sit back. We could only do so much. But we cannot be a passive people. We can't be anymore. Thank you very much. I'm going to end here, but We have to do better, people. I could only fight so much for us. I want more for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senate Minority Leader, you're recognized for your point of information. Please recognize the mic of Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering if you don't mind, if you could put on the record as to when you did subpoena, or when did you send out information for VIPD to attend to this meeting, so be aware that, you know, how long they had it, so people don't think you just sent it out today. Okay? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
At the previous hearing, when he was here to discuss Bill 35, that's 0131, the Real-Time Crime Center, he was told that day, which was about a month or more or so ago, he was told that day that we will be having this hearing on St. John. We subsequently wrote to him on or about October 30th of the November 9th hearing. And if my memory serves me correct, on or about November 6th, we got correspondence from him which was read into the record today. I since then contacted the Office of the Governor, the Special Assistant to the Governor, who oversees a cluster of public safety, and spoke to the Chief of Staff, and they stated that they were going to try to reach out and see if they could have representation here. To my surprise, there's no representation here. Again, I am a bit disturbed because I did name out a couple of titles that could have been here. If your executive team, which I consider the two assistant commissioners and the deputy commissioner, if they're tied up with you, you still have operators. We're talking about crime here. You have a police chief in the district of St. Thomas, St. John. You have a deputy chief on St. Thomas. You have a deputy chief on St. John. You have a crime prevention commander in the rank of a captain, and you're supposed to have a zone commander. And a zone commander can carry the rank of lieutenant or captain. So of those 5 positions, somebody should have been here. There's no excuse for it. Again, looking at Mr. Penn, you wanted to respond? You may. Please recognize the mic of testifier, Mr. Penn.
James Penn. Well, I thank you all for coming and being strong to make sure that the public safety do what they have to do, because I go over and beyond for this station in St. John. Anything they need, they want to get from me without no problem. So we want to know that when something is going on so bad in St. John, now we call it Love City St. John. When the tourists come to me, they come and look at Mr. Penn. They want to go here and go there. And every minute they're asking me what's happening to the crime. I got to throw it out. But we thank you all for coming, and we don't want to sit down tonight and don't hear this come back again. We need it like tomorrow. If I need to go to the governor tomorrow, I will go to the governor tomorrow, but something needs to be done as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, listen, I don't feel good about having to do that subpoena, but it was necessary, and the committee made a decision to do it. Sadly, we have to go about it this way. And like they said, there's a place where the buck stops. And at times, people's behavior only represents what goes on behind the scene as well. Hope you could understand what I'm saying. But, you know, again, we're talking about, Ms. Barry spoke about rape cases and the lack of follow-up and the robberies. There's supposed to also be, which we will have to follow up, victim crime witness advocate. I can't remember what's the exact title, but crime/victim witness advocate. There should be one on the island of St. John as well, one for the respective islands. Not somebody who have to come from St. Croix to St. John, or somebody who have to come from St. John to St. Thomas, etc. It should be one for each island respectively. We will have to do some research to see if there is one for the island of St. John. That's one area that can assist in having follow-ups. 1 minute, Ms. Barry, I'll recognize you. That's one area that we could look at to see if we can assist with some of the follow-up, especially with the major crimes. But individual officers should be trained enough to know to follow up with individuals when you take reports. You're not armed secretaries. You're police officers providing a service to your community. Again, we used to have business cards on the back. Will tell you what the complaint report number is, the classification of the case, and you will have my information on there that you can contact me as the officer handling the matter. It didn't take a detective to do that. These things will be discussed with the leadership of the police department as well to see if we are doing these things still. I'm not sure, as I sit here, what's really happening. Because it just seems to me like things are fast, just going backwards instead of forwards. We're just spinning wheels. This shouldn't be. As a career law enforcement officer, I am totally embarrassed with what's going on. The criminals don't run our streets. It's not supposed to happen. And while crime is not just the work of the police department, all of us have a role to play, and that's why I applaud the 6 of you for coming out and speaking out for all St. Johnians. I truly thank you all and applaud you for stepping up and having this discussion. I'm sure there's many more that would like to come that just couldn't come because they're working, they're doing other things and whatnot. And of course, there are some too that might be a little fearful to come out. But the 6 of you speak for all St. Johnians. I'm also wondering with regards to communications. We have 2 St. John Rescue personnel here. Communications is hard for you as well in certain areas of the island. Please respond into the mic. Yes? No?
Yes. We actually run a different service. So our radios like Maho, Trunk, all of those areas are dead zones. So when we do get a CPR call, possibly somebody might be able to call us in. But we run off a Voxer app because our radios half the time don't work and we have a difficult time trying to communicate.
And to your knowledge, have there been any communication with the National Park Service in standing up some towers and whatnot, probably on those properties that they control, since they control most of the island, the properties here on this island?
As far as I know, I'm not 100% sure. Steve de Blasio, that works for Vitima, has said that he has tried to talk to Vitima about possibly trying to fix this issue, and he was working on it as far as we knew, but we have not heard anything for about 1.5 years.
Good. So we'll have a conversation with them as well. And with regards to the traffic safety and the lack of road signage, that's going on territory-wide. But I was elated to see yesterday, as I came off the seaplane, I saw some individuals on Veterans Drive there erecting new signs. So I'm about to call the Commissioner of Public Works to make sure that that's going to be happening on all 3 islands and not just St. Thomas. Mm-hmm. And I am not a senator that pits one island against the next. But if I see something, I say something. And what I've been seeing was a lot of things being addressed in one island versus the other two. And it is evident. Even someone who can't physically see will know that it's going on. So when they get upset because I have to say, that's on them. But we got to get things moving for everyone in this territory, on all three islands. So the road signage, the potholes, on the island of St. John, we even need to see some animal crossing signs in particular areas. We do know that we see the donkeys and other animals and whatnot in the area, in certain areas that you wouldn't necessarily see on St. Croix or St. Thomas. What you probably see on St. Croix or St. Thomas here or there is a deer, a stray dog. But on St. John, we know for sure that you go in specific areas and we see donkeys. So we need to make sure that we could address that as well. And of course, with the limited manpower, there's no what you call proactive patrolling going on. So what you see is a bunch of what the Senate President usually referred to it as is ambulance chasing. All they do is respond to 911 calls and go from case to case. But if you do your redeployment and you have good strategy, then you'll be able to have what you call proactive patrols. You'll be able to see individuals in certain areas, police community relations. That takes you a far way. We gotta get back to basics so that the community can be safe in their going and their coming. Sadly, today isn't the day for us to be leaving keys in cars or in the ignition anymore. So let's kick that habit. We heard of that people still leave the keys in the ignition on St. John. Don't do it, because we see what's happening. All right? Again, the leadership of the police department, sadly, but had to, were subpoenaed, and we will schedule, we will put a date certain on the subpoena when they will appear before this committee. More than likely, it will be sometime in January. Ms. Barry, you wanted to make a statement, and Ms. Barry, and then to former Senator Wesselhoff.
Good afternoon. I know we have more VIPD vehicles on island than police officers. And I just wanted to point it out that a lot of times when the vehicles are not working, some of them are missing parts. So when you go and assess a vehicle and there's a problem with the operation of the vehicle that needs to be repaired, that's one thing. But when you go to assess the vehicle and it's missing a part, that means someone took the part from the vehicle. So that's something that needs to be looked into to make sure, you know, the vehicles are working. And at the time to the rape, on another note, the rape advocacy party, we had to wait for that person to be available to come to St. John to be able to speak, you know, with the victim. So that it's not where St. John had their own advocacy party. And I don't know if she also shared work in St. Croix, but that person was clearly strung out and they had to finish with us to go back to deal with someone else.
Thank you. Former Senator Wesselhoff.
This may sound simple, but I know years ago public safety used to do different ads announcing to the public, lock your doors, lock your windows, we're not immune to crime. And it sounds simple because we may think everybody on the island knows that there's robbery going on all over St. John. Some people still don't know what's going on St. John. Some people don't know that people have been getting robbed. And I think public safety is another area that public safety need to step up. Just like how you just said, Senator Gittins, don't leave your keys in your car, lock your doors. It sounds simple, but if we start putting ads out there again, reminding people that we're not immune to crimes, I think that would go a far way. That's one. Two, does PSC speak with our phone companies and get an update on the type of service that they're offering us? Because since Liberty took over, it is the worst service that we have been getting in this territory. Once you leave Cruz Bay heading on the North Shore, and you pass, maybe by Harkness, if you're familiar with St. John, you lose service. Once you get to Trong Bay, you have no service. A lot of places, especially on St. John, you have no cell service. So I'm asking to the senators, does PSC pull in our service providers and have some kind of conversation to find out where we are with the type of phone service that we're receiving? Because we're paying big bills. Our phone service is getting higher. Like WAPA, I know WAPA meets with PSC, but does Liberty and these phone companies come before PSC or even the legislature and have some type of discussion to see where we are? It's necessary. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Sir, please put on the record your name and organization, or just resident of St. John.
Okay, my name is Patrick A. Hendrickson Sr. I'm a resident of St. John. I'm retired from WAPA, and I'm a taxi driver, part-time, basically. The thing I want to talk to you guys about, being that you guys are all senators here, one of our problems here in St. John is the lighting, whereas WAPA, I work for, well, I retired before in 2010, but 2017 when they had Irma, I worked with a company, WAPA and Seaside, and what they did, basically, I had no problem with it. They took some of the street light, moved it to places that has power, and in return, they said they're going to replace those street light. About 50% of those street lights have not been replaced. Up in my neighborhood, the Gayfield area, there are a couple of robberies up there. My house, they tried to break in my house but twice, and they weren't successful. So we basically talk among ourselves as neighbors, and we like some help from you guys to set up a crime, stopper in our neighborhood. So basically, you have about 3 of us to communicate together. If you see somebody strange in our neighborhood, we call each other, hey, so-and-so. We let everybody know that somebody who is not supposed to be in our area is in our area. But my main topic is the street light them. Those street lights that we moved from certain places and put other places because the power was on, you need to put them right back. And it will help for now till we figure out this whole thing. Thanks.
Yes, definitely. We would agree. I don't think anybody in this community would say that WAPA is passing any kinds of grade. And I definitely understand that. At this time, the Committee on Homeland Security, VIPD, and Justice will stand in recess for 3 minutes.
The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Thursday, November 9th, 2023 is back on record. At this time, we'll just start to wrap this up, and we'll allow for the senators to just make some closing comments. We'll move to the testifiers, or in this case, we'll allow the testifiers, if you want to, make the closing comments first, and then we'll just move to colleagues to make their closing. All right? Ms. Coldren, you may proceed.
Okay. Thank you all for this very interesting session. I think what I have learned from this today, aside from what we knew before, is that our perception that the people on the street are not very responsive seems to go all the way through their structure. So it's not surprising, because the people in the officers on the street are probably as frustrated as we are by other things within their command, by what we're seeing of the lack of sharing processes and things with all of us and being willing to talk about it. So in that sense, it's enlightening, it's discouraging, but you have also given us, I think all of us here, thoughts about ways that we should approach other people in the government and other people in the community to push to get the whole police and justice system opened up to all of us, and so that we have safety here on St. John and in the whole Virgin Islands. Clearly, this is not just the St. John problem. Thank you very much for holding the hearing and being here.
Thank you so much for being here and putting your comments on the record. St. John Rescue.
We want to thank you for the invitation today.
And tell us your name again, sorry.
Vicki Shadle, and we want to thank you for the invitation today. We learned quite a bit. Speaking as a representative from St. John Rescue, we want to be the best resource we can to the community in times of need, and that requires that we have a working relationship with all parties involved. And so we really are looking forward to more conversations so that we can all get better. And one of the areas that I would really like to see some focus and in a solution-minded way has to do with some of the migration that's coming through and the number of people that are coming in walking on the roads late at night. It comes to a safety issue, and especially on the East End, where the former senator at large said she was concerned about, driving late at night or at night. We encounter that frequently when we drive out to the East End, and there are many people walking the road that have been dropped off. Mm-hmm. And one of the issues is that we don't really know who to call, because we don't really know who is going to respond. And so it would really help, I think, the community at large to know, who do we call in situations like that? Is it the VIPD? Is it Customs and Border? Who is supposed to respond when these migrant drops are happening? And we've had people knocking on doors, and we've had, people get concerned. And I'm not in any way saying that migrants are criminals or violent or any of that, but it is concerning when you have so many people coming in and you're by yourself in a car driving, or they're knocking on your door and you don't know who they are. So it would be helpful if we had a point of contact and we knew what the response would be.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Executive Director. St. John.
Valerie. Everything was pretty much covered, so I just want to thank everybody for taking time out of their day and really listening to what St. John really needed. It was good to hear in our organization the safety concerns from other people that may have not been kind of noted in a lot of our things, so it's something that we can kind of pay attention to as well and try to better help the community.
Thank you.
Myrtle Barry, thank you for the comment we received from Senator DeGraff. With reference to the issue comes from the leadership, also from Senator Heidegger, comes from the leadership of the territory, because when you're going to be the governor of a territory and we have such alarming issues, and one to the next, it continues to count down, they continue to arise and they're not being solved, You know, we, the people of the Virgin Islands, need to do a lot more organized protesting. You know, protesting because, and especially on the island of St. John, you know, because it's important to make our concerns known, you know, to the public and to send that signal out. And I want to thank you all for coming here, because it was also a tremendous support to know that you're interested, you know, in what's happening here in the community. And very, very concerning and alarming and distressing is the condition of VIPD in terms of no response, not being present. That is definitely a high note of alarm. And the public and the whole, you know, needs to be stepping up on what is necessary for protecting yourselves, you know, here in the community. So thank you so much.
And thank you for your comments. Although I might not gel with your words of protest, I do understand what you're saying. But you see, communication is key. And if we start to communicate with each other and mandate the things that we need in our community, I think we'll get a lot more done. So if we get another 6 again, just like how the 6 of you or the 7 of you were able to come here and sit here and put your comments on the record, every drop will fill the bucket. So I'm just saying, I would just prefer the term of us communicating more than protesting, because protesting just have a way of getting off on the other side. So we want to get things done. That's what we want. Mr. Penn?
All right, good evening. Well, I'm glad this young lady called me.
Yes.
Today.
Ms. Barry.
Ms. Barry called me to come to this meeting. I didn't know, she said me 2 o'clock. I love time, so I was here at 2 o'clock. She was late. But I'm glad for she come. And thank you all for coming to St. John and show us tonight that you was police officers. You did your job well. I know you all of my life I know you well, but doing a good job and coming here, and you vote on something where you didn't want to vote on, but you do it. We want to see if somebody will be in charge of St. John. Yeah. All I know in St. John, I deal with tourists all my life, and all I know is we call it Love City St. John. You talk about St. Thomas, you say St. Thomas is a little fast like New York City. St. Christ is a little fast. But when you come to St. John, you know you get a peace of mind and stuff. So when you talk about the robbery, when you talk about this and that, I'm very concerned to help everybody. Anybody need anything, they need trucking service, they need backhoe, they need taxi service. Money is the root of all evil. We'll do it for love. So thank you all for coming. And like I say, Carmen, that's one of my competitors right there. She hates me. But anytime you need anything, and she always calls me for love, which I respect her for that, so I will always be on her back. Thank you, Carmen, for being there for me.
Thank you so much. That's Rain?
Yes.
What is this?
That's the love. That's the love.
That boat ride one easy coming up, you know. Former Senator Wesselav, you recognize?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to say thank you to the 6 senators that came here today. I appreciate you coming because this situation is really a serious situation.
It was 7, okay?
There were 7?
1 left.
Oh, okay. 7 and 1 left. It's really it's an urgency, and I'm hoping that the persons who's supposed to be here, at least hopefully they're listening and they understand there is some sort of urgency that needs to be done to solve not just the crime on St. John. I know it's a territory-wide issue, but St. John is my home, so we really need some help over here. And I know the senators, Senator DeGraff, Senator Johnson, Senator Gittins, Senator Francis, I know we have some law enforcement in the legislature. And I'm hoping maybe you all can probably get together and probably put your minds together and see what else can be done to help push this forward. Senator Heiliger, I thank you for your words especially, and I totally agree with what you said. The buck stops somewhere. And if the buck at the top isn't pushing to make sure something gets done, then the rest don't have to do it. Senator Gittens, you said something when you said you spoke to the chief of staff. So I asked the chief of staff to make sure that somebody was here. And you used the word, and I like a play on word. They said they will try to have somebody to come to the hearing. When you say try, that's not an effort. You're going to make sure that somebody is to the hearing. Don't try. Make sure that a representative will be to the hearing. And just when you hear the word try, to me that didn't sound positive. It was already a dismissal for me. So once again, thank you all for coming. Again, it's a sense of urgency in the territory and especially here in St. John. Safe travels back.
Thank you so much for that. You must have been in my mind or something, because it's a play on words for real. When you're going to tell me, you're going to tell this chairman that you're going to try to have someone there. Number one, from the time the response came, that you and your executive team is going to be unavailable. Look at who you're telling that to. As if this chairman don't know that there are operators who can be here. Again, forget about the commissioner, the two assistant commissioners, and the deputy commissioner. What happened to the chief? What happened to the two deputy chiefs? What happened to the captains, the crime prevention captain that came up on the boat with us this morning? What happened to the zone commander? And that's what I wanted to ask you. I'm going to get to you, sir.
That's no problem.
Any of you know who's the zone commander for St. John? Please answer on the record, because this is just totally ridiculous. Do you know the...
No, I don't. And
okay. No. I just want that. Miss Vicky...
No, I don't.
Valerie?
No, I don't.
Miss Barry?
No.
Mr. Penn?
No.
And imagine that you don't give the police department everything they want, that you don't know who is the zone commander for St. John. Former Senator Wessler?
Don't.
Answer?
No.
Nobody knows who the zone commander is. That shouldn't be. Sir, you're recognized for your closing.
Can I just say to Penn, I love you too.
This is really Love City, huh? All right.
Again, thank you all for coming and showing our support. The chief of police and the rest of the guys, his crew, are not here, but we got to move on. And senators, I'm asking you to start the process, get those lights up, and hopefully that the police chief will follow. Get those lights up, please, and again, have a safe trip back. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I don't like to speak for colleagues, because all my colleagues got a good mouthpiece. But I'm going to tell you, if the senators could have done everybody's job, they might have done it. But we are not the operators. We make laws, and once you pass the laws, it's for the operators to be able to execute. That's what the executive branch is there for. That's why the senator spoke about where the buck stops. All right? Yes.
Yeah. That's why I miss Chucky Hansen. She had me.
May she rest in peace.
Yes.
Senator Bolkes Jr., you're recognized for your closeout.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this one is going to be for the representatives of the VIPD, because I'm sure they're tuning into this committee, even though they may not be here today, physically. And, you know, based on what we've discussed here today, the resounding message here is that you need to communicate with the community. Because, as you can see, the chairman has already said, who's the zone commander? Nobody knows. We haven't had communication or cooperation between the VIPD and the community, and that is an essential part of trying to figure out how we're going to solve this problem. And if this community is going to move forward, we need to work together and communicate with one another. So I encourage the Virgin Islands Police Department to reach out to the stakeholders of the community. We have 6 of them here with us today. You should have seen them on live television. You know their names. These are the individuals. Start there. Okay? I'm always available, but something needs to be done, and we've already made our decision to bring the commissioner in via subpoena. So I look forward to that date as well, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator at Large. Bolkes, Senator DeGraff, Senate Minority Leader, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This coming to the end of the year, when people stocking up their homes with Christmas gifts and Thanksgiving and stuff, remember the packaging that you purchase gifts. Don't throw it outside in the garbage close to your house. Take it to another garbage someplace else. People look at your garbage and know what you have in your house. Move your trash. Like I say, shift up some of your things. Leave on radios in your house. Cut back bushes. Leave on lights. Be your neighbor's keeper. That's what we're going to start. We're going to start with that. We're going to start with a protest. Call me. I'm willing to come up. Peaceful protest. We done talking. What you have said today, the Magnificent Seven is here. I think it's time for us to done talk. We finished talking. Let's come up and, make our voices heard. There are different ways to do it. And when we voice our opinion, people think you're complaining.
Time.
We ain't complaining. St. John lives matter. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Fonseca, Vice Chair, you recognized.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, to Sharon and Vicky and Valerie, Ms. Barry, Mr. Penn, former Senator Wesselhoff, and Patrick. We feel your pain. This reminds me of like human services. I think overall the government of the Virgin Islands has a lack of resources on this island. When you talk about the St. Juniors have to come down to St. Thomas to reapply for the SNAP to get your senior ID card, because I chair the Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services. I see these issues. So I'm so glad that the committee is unanimous that we have to subpoena the Ray Martinez, the VIPD commissioner, because, I think this is the third or so time he has not shown up to our meeting. So I'm in full support. I think the commissioner of police, you need to build a rapport with your St. John constituents. You're going to need them to solve crimes. If they're feeling, and this is for the commissioner, if the St. John community does not feel that you're supporting them, you're not going to be able to do your job effectively because you're not going to get their cooperation. So let's pick up the work on St. John. Let's get it done. Let's help our residents and let's deliver. And thank you for coming out. And I appreciate all of your concerns. I've listened attentively to everyone. And Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Vice Chair Fonseca. Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Please recognize Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I definitely want to say thank you to 6, now 7 of you guys that came and testified, and also to those in the audience that is here today, because I know it's dear to you too. Ain't everyone going to come up and speak, but I appreciate just your presence. It tells me something. And as I said, Commissioner Martinez came to me one time, and he came with a plan. He came with a plan, and I said to him on that day and those 3 times, if he can execute half of what he have on his plan, we'll be in a very good place. As far as I'm concerned, he didn't execute nothing. It was just hot air blowing up. And just haven't gotten anywhere with us, with this territory as a whole. And it's very sad. It's been a very disrespectful day here today, when the police department couldn't even put a lieutenant to take notes. It's a shame. The people that we rely on to protect us don't want to come and speak to us. It's a shame. It's a disgrace. No place else you find these type of things. I won't apologize for him. I apologize for me voting for him. You guys have a wonderful day. Love City. Stay strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized.
Good afternoon once again. I personally would like to thank the testifiers for coming here. You guys have enlightened me so much today, and I really, really appreciate it, even to those that are in the well that are here just wanting to know and get information as to how we could make St. John a much better place from a safety and a secure standpoint. You know, I am one of those, unlike my colleague. I believe that civil disobedience, protest, and marching is a form of communication. You are clearly communicating that you have an issue or you support something, and whether you use that platform or if you utilize whether you reach out directly, the point is the message is being sent. That is the difference. So at the end of the day, I am hoping those that listen to us here today and listen to the testifiers, that they really heard what is happening in our community and know that it is time that we cannot sit back any longer and just assume that when you elect people that they're going to always do right by you. That's not always the case. And we have to pay attention to those that are in these seats, in these offices. Those are appointed to commissionerships, directorships, because those are the people that are changing the course of your life. Pay attention, because when we know better, we can do better. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Senators, for your participation and your comments today. Let's be reminded, today wasn't just a crime conversation. It was a public safety conversation. Initially, even the Virgin Islands Fire EMS was supposed to be participating, but we chose to hold that invitation because we know of the untimely passing of the fire director and them mourning and putting things in place. So respectfully, we didn't invite them. But at the subsequent hearings, we will have a good spectrum of our first responding public safety agencies with us. So I just wanted you to know that, to include Vitima's 911 communications division. All right, again, thank you all so much for being here today. Colleagues, with no further business of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, I bid you all a good evening. Thank you to all staff, to the members of the community that came out to testify or sit and listen, participating. Somehow I say thank you to all of you. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Thursday, November 9th, 2023 is hereby adjourned.